Okay, whatever. Yeah, we can do that. Hi everybody. I'm
Yeah,
Miu, and
what's
I'm
going
going
on?
to bitch about Power World a little bit. I personally, well, it's like survival, so it's not really my thing, but at the same time, a lot of the designs are kind of cute, and I understand the big thing is plagiarism, and Twitter's been on fire about that. The AI thing, especially because I know that the CEO supports AI. That I won't really get behind. That part I understand, but when it comes to like the plagiarism and everything like that, even Pokemon take inspiration from like some of the Dragon Quest monsters. Like if you look at that comparison of Shellder and then the fucking
Yeah.
shell with teeth and a tongue from Dragon Quest, like
No,
Dragon Quest didn't sue about that, right?
aren't
It's
those
like,
aren't those still like loosely based on yokai or something?
yeah,
Or yeah, so like there's still a not a regional, but a like there's still a quote unquote real world. Uh,
yeah,
yeah, you know what I mean.
like a real world mythology thing.
I'm
If
still waking
anything,
up.
all comes from SMT. Smile. Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah. So when are they putting Mara
Pokemon
in
is just an
Pokemon?
SMT. Like I know, right? When are they putting Mara in Pokemon? um,
That'll be the
I
day.
feel like I feel like SMT's design for Mara is extremely unique anyway. Cause like when I look up Mara in Buddhism and stuff like that, I don't really see a penis in a chariot often. But
Let me see.
yeah, even so, like going into like the yokai and mythology thing, there's a thing called Anubis, which is literally just Anubis. It's just like Egyptian Lucario, if you will. But like at the same time, Lucario is kind of based on the same thing. Like there's some things where it's just like okay, yeah, they have a Cerulege, but it's a centaur. If Cerulege had like 6 limbs, I guess. Uh, but there's like I don't know. I
So
feel like they're like just unique enough and stuff like that. It's more just the fact that like Twitter is like on fire. It's to the point where the Pokemon company has released a statement basically telling people to shut up, and it's just like they're looking into it. Plus, development of it hasn't really been that secret, so if Pokemon Company had an avenue to sue and stop it before it broke all Steam sales, um, records except for PUBG. Like it's literally second on the
mhm.
Steam records thing right now.
there it
Um,
so
hmm?
real quick, you're coming out swinging on this. I feel like there's like a setup here to be like, so like Power World is hot shit right now.
Yeah,
It has been labeled as just Pokemon with
with
guns.
guns.
It's a monster catcher, monster farm, not
Open world survival monster tamer.
that one. Um, and there's been lots of comparisons on social media just about like, hey, look at this creature in Pal World, the Pals, and then look at this comparison to a Pokemon, and that's what she's going nuts about right now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a
No.
little all over the place. There's a cat, like for one of the things, it's like there's this little pink fat cat in the game, right? And it's got a smile like this. And people are saying, oh, it's plagiarizing Galarian Meowth. Apparently, I am also plagiarizing Galarian Meowth because I've got a toothy smile like that. Like,
So
it's like some of the shit's a stretch. Like, there's a one thing that looks a lot like Luxray, and then, like, you know what I mean? It's like I understand why people are so on fire. They're either on one side or the other,
mhm.
but like if the Pokemon, there is no such thing as fair use in Japan, which is why Nintendo always does takedowns of like Nintendo music, always does takedowns of like mods, free Pokemon MMOs, this, that, and the next thing, and always turns it into an international thing because there's no such thing as fair use in Japan. Pocket Pair is also a Japanese company, so if there's grounds to sue, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company will take action. They do not need Twitter detectives helping them do this, so just shut up, right? If it's legal, it's legal. Leave it alone. There's like so many like there's even like stuff like Monster Crown, right? Where it's like there is some inspiration from Dragon Quest, but at the same time, the art style is entirely that watercolor faded 90s Pokemon thing. Nobody got pissed off at that game, right? Like the entire like the art style is mostly taken from like inspired by old Pokemon stuff. There's like so many other monster tamers out there, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody was really mad at Digimon or Yokai Watch. That being said, there's a lot of like different actual differences in like the designs and stuff like that. So
Oh
I
yeah.
understand it's like the similarity in design, but it's
Digimon
like,
is cool. That's the difference. Digimons
yeah.
look cool.
Well, and Digimon is like dinosaurs with guns.
It's either
Honestly,
it's either dinosaurs, robots, women,
or
or all
mommy
three.
angel, women,
Yeah,
women.
women.
Yeah, exactly.
The three
Right.
genders.
The three genders. Ah,
So I'm looking at
amazing.
I'm actually looking at Pal World now because I have no stake in this. I mentioned it right before we hit go live that Pokemon with guns is just a 14-year-old a concept by a 14-year-old that does not interest me. Now that I know it's multiplayer, that is a little different. That might be fun to fuck around with in multiplayer.
Yeah,
But
it's
like,
supposed to be kind of like Palia, just not free.
in all honesty, I'm looking at those like fake Pokemon clones for like mobile that are like that.
Yeah, all those advertisements where it's like, it's like the game from Yeah, You Want Those games where like you have the different numbers and you have
Yeah,
to run through them and then you've got like Ivysaur behind you and you have to go fight a Mewtwo.
yeah. It looks like, and it's not to like take anything because again, if there's legal action to be taken here, Nintendo will do it. So I don't want to talk about how creative the designs are. I don't want to put anybody on blast that doesn't deserve it. But I mean, like, I'm looking at some of these, and one design is just like elephant but covered in leaves, Totoro but yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's
Like Pokemon Company's not the only one that they ripped off in the case
oh
of
yeah,
ripping off, right?
the birds kind of look like Unpheasant. That one kind of looks like Braviary. I'm not showing them on screen or anything, but I'm just
Yeah, there's the dragon that's like Salamentios,
weird.
where it's like where it's like if Salamence was cute, but a jet dragon like Latios. And like, I'm surprised their Suzaku isn't more of a bird. To be honest, it looks kind of more like a. Oh God, what are those things?
There's definitely some designs here. Oh, that just looks like a Sliggoo cosplay or Gudra cosplaying as like
Quagsire.
Meganium.
Oh yeah.
It was like Sliggoo's body, but then it just had like a flower on its head. I mean, some of these I genuinely feel like Pokemon could come up with. Like there's a little like it looks like a bunny, but it has like Cosmog and Cosmoem sort of galactic like aura.
Oh yeah.
For like hair and stuff. Like that feels like it could be a Pokemon thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, that design's at least unique enough. There's also just grass type. Uh, what's it? Cinderace. It's got the
Really?
pants. Yeah, it's got the pants. It's got the pose. It's got the ears.
Oh yeah, Pansage. I forgot they had the little weed monkey in this.
Oh, I meant pants, not Pansage.
Oh, and
But yeah,
I'm sorry.
weed monkey.
I'm still looking at some trailers and stuff.
Yeah, it's like I get it, but at the same time, if somebody's like. The other argument I have for it too, kind of in defense of Power World, and like I'm kind of neutral on this. I'm just sick of hearing about it. Is like if they're going to take Pokemon and like take like the art style and stuff like that, and make it into something better and more successful. Do you think we're gonna get like actual good Pokemon games in the future? Like games that like feel like they have effort, and like I know the DLC for this was a lot better than Gen 8. I haven't played it yet, but like. Can we get like Battle Towers, Battle Frontiers, the shit that kept us playing for 800 hours instead of like catching everything and dropping it, right?
They realized.
You know what I mean?
They
Even
realized.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon puts like the whole Pokédex, which they stopped doing.
So I didn't mind the post game for Gen 9. The post game is like go around, battle all the like gym leaders again, and then you get called to the school for like a tournament thing, and you fight some of the teachers in a tournament. I didn't mind that. It definitely does just have a limit. You know, it's only like an extra, maybe like hour and a half, 2 hours worth of post game stuff. But they realized with the Switch model, they can sell you post game. You know, they can.
Yeah.
You know.
Unfortunately. Which
Like
is
if
like, okay, I get that, right? And it's going to be something that we have to accept, but I mean, it still just feels like such. They just feel like it's just such like minimal effort. Like they're going to keep using like the same formula for Pokemon games and stuff like that, but they just don't feel that creative anymore.
You know who I really don't get in the conversation with all this? The staunch Nintendo defenders. Like, Nintendo isn't a $1 billion company. Like, Pokemon isn't the most successful franchise literally ever. People like
It's
jumping to take the bullet for Nintendo on this one. Like,
yeah, I know, right?
I do believe in, some level of creative integrity, and if it's very clearly like Yellow Totoro, like not to go off from like the
Yeah.
Pokemon tangent, but like Yellow Totoro, that's a bit lame to me. But like, oh wait, is that person holding one of their pals as a gun? I think I hate this game. I'm just looking at it. I think this game is stupid. Like, I'm watching gameplay right now, and it looks almost like beta Fortnite skins. Like the character models look like Fortnite skins in beta. Like, there's not a whole lot
Oh,
of, I don't know.
there's full character customization. You can choose like skin tone and all of that stuff. They also have well, there's like the whole survival aspect of it, and then there's fuck, there's like mons that like you can build craft specific things for, and then it'll just become like monkey with a gun. And it's
Yeah,
like kind of funny. And then you also, it's got a little bit of that Legends Arceus thing where like they can attack you and make you and kill you and make you drop your shit, and you have to run back to
interesting.
where your shit is. And then they also have uh
I should play Legends
like
Arceus.
you actually like attack the mons as well as your mons attack the mons, so it's not
Yeah,
just mon versus mon. Sorry, pal versus pal.
yeah. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where like, because doesn't the company doesn't was it a Pocket Pair have like kind of a shady past? Like, there were some games that they couldn't release for like other legal reasons. I thought I read a headline where it was like, "Hey, the first game we made, we just like actually couldn't release." I don't know.
I'm not sure. I do know that they did make a AI art
You
game where it was kind of about AI art plagiarism or some shit like that, and it was made with AI and shit like that.
so
Fuck, what was?
in trying to
Let
be
me
a commentary on AI art, they used AI. That feels tone deaf. I don't know what they're trying to say with that.
AI art imposter is what it's called.
AI art and pos. Okay,
Oh,
hang
it's actually on Steam.
on.
Is an AI drawing party game for 3 to 8 players. You're a progressive artist who commands AI to generate images, and you don't need aesthetic to talent to draw good artwork. It only takes 5 minutes to play. Multiplayer between Steam, Android, and iOS. So it's Gartic Phone, but with AI.
Ew, Well,
Or
my
something, is what I'm kind of... A theme is chosen at random. The theme is shown to real artists, but not to the imposter. Yeah, it's kind of... It's kind of like Among Us meets Gartic Phone meets AI art.
my takeaway from all this, just kind of my last thought on Pal World, is that I'm never here to yuck anybody's yum. If people are enjoying this game, awesome. It's got, millions of recurrent players, and it's not even out for like 10. It's been out for 9 days. That's
Yeah.
incredible. I'm happy for anybody enjoying this game. And at the same time, if Nintendo does something about it, then that's going to set a precedent for what, and you talked about how like Japan doesn't have fair use and stuff. Like, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. I'm not gonna follow it too closely. It just seemed like something worth talking about because of how big it is right now, and the discourse around it is something I've seen more than the actual game itself. Like, I haven't seen people posting clips of their gameplay like, "Oh, this game is so good." It's people posting things like posting screenshots of promotional material of like the same 10 different pals being like, "It Pokemon,
Compared to them.
it
Yeah, and if
Pokemon."
there's only 10 out of, like, what is it, 135, then, like, shut the fuck up. What? Shut up.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
I,
I
I,
feel like it's a little more than that, like some details and some things and
mm-hmm,
stuff, but I mean, like, at the same time, if you can take like successful details or successful silhouettes and turn it into your own, I
mm-hmm.
feel like the only one I really can't defend is the grass score bunny. Or sorry, the grass cinderace. Like I looked at that one and I'm just like, okay, that looks like a lawsuit. But all of the other ones were just like, it's similar, but whatever. And honestly, like, this just goes to show that like Pokemon can be taken off of their throne, and
Yeah,
maybe that'll get us more effort from this Nintendo company that everybody's trying to fucking back up and defend. Although, on the topic of couch detectives, just to get to a little serious for the moment, one of the reasons why it kind of pisses me off when everybody goes like couch detective that like isn't really directly involved. It's like one thing when you're like canceling a content creator because they sent like shitty messages to like an underage person, but it's another when it's
mm-hmm.
like just people doing their own investigations and thinking that they're right about everything. Because in college, I remember doing a paper on, I believe it was the Boston Marathon thing, and
Oh, okay.
Reddit Reddit couch detectives thought they had found one of the people who did it, who turned out to be innocent, and was like doxing them and all of that shit. And it's just like, no, leave it to the police. So I'm saying, leave
Yeah.
it to the professionals, especially if it's Nintendo, because Nintendo was more than happy to pull the trigger. You know
Nintendo
what I
and the
mean?
Pokemon
You don't
Country,
have to play. Yeah,
Pokemon
exactly.
Country, Nintendo and the
Pokemon Country.
Nintendo and the Pokemon Company own all of the money. Their gross income is higher than the GDP of some small countries, right? They can afford the lawyers. They can afford the people to investigate this. And
They
what I
don't
think
need.
is
They don't really need Twitter doing it for free.
what I think is interesting is the Venn diagram, the near
That's
non-existent Venn diagram of the player base, because this is a Steam game, and Nintendo is because like they're not taking competition away from you. If this was released
it's not
on
even on Switch.
exactly like if they were trying to push this to like the Switch market, because the Switch isn't afraid to have some M-rated games. Bayonetta is a Nintendo exclusive now, so like
Mother Russia Bleeds is on there.
yeah, like they're not afraid to put M-rated games on there, which I think is
That was my friend Pedro.
yeah, like but it like I'm imagining Nintendo on like their little ship sailing along. I'm sorry, it's more like a big luxury yacht, but like
Bruiser, yeah.
yeah, they're just sailing along and they see another like speedboat going by, this luxury speedboat go by, and they're like, that guy's having too much fun. Load the cannons.
Yeah, pretty much, right? That's what they do a lot. Like, when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to, like, the ROMs and everything like that, it's like there really is no defending that because, like, if you're the one distributing the ROMs, yeah, okay, you got caught. Suck it up, right?
Yeah.
But, like, with this, it's like, if something could be done, it would have been done. So rather than screaming about it, be like, well, you can't, like, if it can get done, it'll get done.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, oh yeah, and I don't know if people have seen the Asmongold clip where he was talking about basically he's on fire for being clipped out of context, kind of ish, and saying like, if it's made with AI, it doesn't fucking matter. He's not telling people not to be pissed off at AI. He's not telling people to be pissed off about losing their jobs. He's saying the average person doesn't give a fuck if it's made with AI. The average person doesn't give a fuck if it's slightly plagiarized. Looking at Pal World, it's pretty much proof. If it's a game that people like, the average person will play it and they
Mm-hmm.
won't get into the nitty gritty of the controversy. They'll just play the fucking game because, ooh, video game make brain go burr.
Exactly.
Right?
And I think I definitely think there is an appeal to, I think the appeal to Pokemon but with gun is the same appeal as like Five Nights at Freddy's, where it's the juxtaposition of this kids thing, but what if we make it for adults? That Winnie the Pooh movie, Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, I think is what it was called. Like when Winnie the Pooh hit public domain, there
Oh, it
was
did?
yeah, there was like a slasher movie that came out about Winnie the Pooh, like somebody dressed up in a Winnie the Pooh costume. People don't care about the back end
Oh.
of anything ever. I mean,
They're doing that with Mickey Mouse now, too.
yeah, I know, and it looks bad. I
Why
don't
is it
know.
always horror? Why can't it be like something else? Why can't it be like what we thought Epic Mickey was going to be, which is like Mickey. I remember hearing rumors that Epic Mickey was supposed to be like, I don't know, Mickey smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and like
The
kind of
con
like all
the
that kind of shit.
the concept art for Epic Mickey still goes so fucking hard. I love the aesthetic of the Epic Mickey games. I only ever played the first one.
I've never played them, unfortunately.
I might try and find the second one. Like I might play them on stream. The only issue is Wii controls, you know. I
Uh,
Yeah, Wii motion controls which have not aged well. But I agree with Risen here that people don't care about the back end of anything ever. It's true. People like Joe Schmo, the average, majority of consumers, will just take what is given to them. They see the big popular thing, Pal World. They see that and they're like, yeah, sure. Like I'll give that a try. And there's and not to like or high road anybody and be like, I'm better than you for not playing Pal World. It just doesn't interest me. It's just
yeah,
not
but that's
on
what
the
all of these
radar.
arguments are.
Mm.
It's just like we can see this shit, so we're better, and it's just like I like Pokemon, I like things that look like Pokemon, I like survival, I play.
I like Pokemon. I like Fortnite. This looks like Poke Fortnite. It's
Ugh.
that honestly, that's just what it looked like when I was looking at the
Lego
trailers and the
Fortnite,
gameplay.
maybe it's a little more survival. It's not really. I wouldn't really say it's like
I don't know.
got any of like the battle royale aspect. Honestly, I don't know if there's PvP actually,
I mean,
so I'm
it's
not sure.
all
I
I
guess
all
you're
I
talking about the character models, right?
yeah, just the gameplay. Like over the shoulder. I don't think Fortnite has a dodge rule, but again, I'm just talking out of my ass. I've never played Fortnite, so I'm just what is presented to me in terms of trailer, just what I'm reacting to. But yeah, I don't have a stake in this. Is there anything final you want to say about it before we move on to like I don't know, Ubisoft, I guess?
BBB soft. Ah, um, sorry. Uh, I guess it's just like of all the things to defend, the people with billions who have people already investigating it is not it.
Right?
We
Oh
need
my
somebody to
god.
take Pokemon Company off of their throne so that they like, because like even the meta for VGC, like a lot of the time you end up having like some static staples on teams and stuff like that, but everybody's running the same team. Especially with the introduction of legendaries like last generation and stuff like that, like just so much of it has just become, despite having like creative abilities and stuff like that, that like they do still have some creativity with moves, signatures, abilities. Even like the competitive scene just looks kind of like drab, I guess, to me. And it's like maybe we'll get something a little more like Legends Arceus. That's like a lot.
I would
You know,
love
I
more.
just want something that's a lot more full of life, right? And even
Yeah,
like Gen 9 got a little I don't know,
I'm
low
a.
end with it, right? Like Gen 9, I think, is a step in the right direction,
Mhm.
but if we put some pressure on TBC, then we'll get good Pokemon again.
I'm a big defender of Gen 9. I'm still playing it, still having fun.
Yeah, I
I
still need to get the DLC, but
I almost have completed the Pokedex in the Indigo Disc, and then like that's everything. But like I don't know, like I would love more Legends games. It was a solid standalone. They didn't have to make two versions to sell dozens of copies. Like I would love a Legends Ho-Oh game. Make a second gen game worth playing. Um,
yeah.
it.
Hey, wait. Heart Gold and Soul Silver was excellent, and I will
I,
die on that hill.
I.
The developers were like, we wish we could put more into this game, but we can't. They limited us,
Mhm.
and that was like that, and like Gen 5 was the last time we got that. It was the last time we got that sort of effort out of Pokemon games, and that's kind of what I mean. With the addition of ability to DLC, we can still have full games and then pay for more.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know
No.
what I
I'm.
mean?
I'm. I'm.
I've seen the effort. I've grown up with the effort that they put into these titles, and it doesn't feel like they put that anymore. And that's basically my only argument, right? So if
Yeah.
How World can put some pressure onto them if they can't get the lawsuit off, win-win.
Yeah. For sure.
Otherwise, we have like another great Pokemon like that we can start playing.
I'm just being facetious. Like the only reason I didn't play The only reason I didn't play Legends Arceus is because I'm not the biggest Gen 4 fan. I get why it's
Oh,
so popular, but like
yeah, that's fair.
it's not one that I have nostalgia for. I've talked about how like the first 3 generations I really do love, and then I fell off of Pokemon and I came back for Gen 6. So
Mm-hmm.
like Gen 4 and Gen 5 are like this lapse in my Pokemon knowledge. I
Yeah, I
and
get that.
and those are ones people love. Like Gen 5 I think is really interesting for like having a whole new dex. Like I think that was such a wild thing to do because
Outside of like Pikachu and a couple others,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean there was post game stuff that was like here's some old Pokemon back, but for the base game of 5 Gen 5 from what I understand is that it was like there weren't any like Route 1 mons that you would find again. There's no Poochyena around here. There's no Sentret. I don't know why I picked
Yeah.
Sentret. Um
Just Lillipup.
yep, but yeah, to put a bow on this, Nintendo has billions of dollars. They are the most qualified people to defend themselves. You don't need to take people on Twitter. You don't need to take the bullet for Nintendo on this.
Yeah, there's no point in like standing up for $1 million company. Either they get the lawsuit off and they make more millions, or they start making good games. Smart.
Smile. um, real quick, other things that we wanted to touch on before
Mm-hmm.
the Game Awards stuff. Ubisoft. Oh,
Yes.
this is a couple weeks old now, but from what I understand, this line has been taken out of context. But Ubisoft has a new subscription program called Ubisoft Plus, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's just a subscription service to play a bunch of Ubisoft games. I think the exact reasoning was that we looked at consumer behavior. This is an article from GameIndustry.biz
Mm.
that I'm just kind of paraphrasing from here. We looked at the consumer behavior and how people were interacting with our offer, and we saw opportunity for us to evolve. When we look at how gamers engage with our different games, we see that our back catalog is still very active and alive. So they took this opportunity of like, hey, people still play Assassin's Creed 2 because that's where the series peaked. So they set up this service to play a bunch of older Ubisoft games,
If
and
it peaks on the second one, why is the series still alive? What?
because it's easy and formulaic for them to do. Uh,
Fair.
there's the whole bit that like Ubisoft makes the same game over and over again, just with a different aesthetic plastered onto it. Either it's the
Oh yeah, that Ubisoft feeling. Climb up somewhere high and unveil
yeah
the map, and then gameplay is kind of like
yeah.
slightly different,
I don't want to get too
depending on if you have a gun or stabby thing.
I don't want to get too lost in the weeds on that, but from what I
Mm-hmm.
understand, the last couple big Ubisoft games have been pretty good. Assassin's Creed Mirage was only like 30 hours instead of 150. I have it. I haven't played it yet.
Full price
That's
game?
what was it?
Full price game?
I think 40 or 50 bucks only.
Oh,
Like it's
okay.
not, yeah, like it wasn't, it wasn't the $70
$60 to
USD.
$80. Yeah,
Yeah.
80 Canadian.
I only paid like 50 bucks for it, but I don't know if got it like on sale or something. And the other one is the new Prince of Persia game, which is back to like the roots of Prince of Persia as a side-scrolling platformer.
Oh
Very
yeah,
like
there's that new one. It looks really good.
yeah. My only issue with it, and it's kind of a non-issue if Ubisoft keeps this promise, there is one voice in the game that is AI generated
Ah,
because they forgot to record the voice lines. So the last minute they did it, they got an AI to record this or to do these voice lines, and then they put it in, and they said we're looking to hire somebody to properly record those lines, and then there will be a future patch that will have them like that will have those lines actually voiced. If they do that,
yeah.
then I'll get the game. I
There's
really
somebody that I know in passing who I
mhm.
talked to a little bit recently who works in Montreal Ubisoft. I'm not going to say names because I don't want to be identified as such, but they did mention that when it comes to their AI stuff, they are extremely like on board with consent or no use.
That's awesome.
At least in like the Montreal office and stuff like that. Like it's basically like not a non-issue in Ubisoft right now. they're like very they're very like
Like
good
if the
and for
whole
the people on
yeah.
at least that issue. And
Oh,
that's like all I'll really say on that from
okay.
what I've heard.
But getting back to this quote, the quote that has been taken out of context is Ubisoft wants consumers, I'm putting air quotes around this, Ubisoft wants consumers to get used to not owning their games. The,
Yep.
the actual quote, from what I understand, was that the executive was asked, I think it was Philippe Tremblay, he was basically asked, what would it take for consumers to be on board with an all digital library? Like, if physical media completely disappears, what is it going to take for consumers to like be on board with no physical media? And his response was, for that to happen, consumers would need to get comfortable with not owning their games. Again, echoing something that I won't shut up about, in that when you buy a digital game, you're buying a license. They can take that away whenever. So, in talking about their new premium subscription service and, paying a monthly thing to rent all of these Ubisoft games, what would it take for consumers to make this the norm? This executive has said they would need to get comfortable with the fact that they don't own these games. They're renting them for a monthly subscription service, which is not a new idea. That's basically all Game Pass has been. But I would just like to point out that while I think it's a shitty mindset to not own the things you're paying for, it's not 100% what he meant.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like I don't know. When it comes to like Ubisoft, because it's just like a specific set of games as well, paying a subscription
Mm-hmm.
service, like I kind of fear like Steam is not going to go defunct. Like Steam is Steam. Steam is kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
like there. We're lucky to have Steam. But if we had a streaming services, like if anybody hasn't seen that donkey video about streaming services, please watch it. But if we ended up having that for video games, I would go crazy and I would probably because like you have to pay for like 16 different studios like subscription service to play this and that and yada yada, and then especially where like for example, if there's like I'm just going to use Nier as an example, like like if you had to pay Square Enix like a subscription service to play Nier Replicant, but then you had to go to the Platinum ones to play Automata, and it got really fucking messy like that. It wouldn't be like that because Square Enix owns it, but like it's just an example of like something that was made with two different studios and shit like that, and it's just like it would just be like this whole weird messy thing, and like that just kind of like off puts me.
I was
You know
almost
what I mean?
really. So, I was thinking about like how much the Ubisoft subscription service could have to offer.
Uh huh.
So I was looking at Ubisoft games. I was like, okay, yeah, how much do they have? Because we
They
have
have
that.
Rayman, right?
I believe so. But I'm just looking at like the list of games that they are advertising on their website, and they've got Assassin's Creed. They've got some Star Wars
Far Cry.
games, um, Mario versus Rabbids, Prince of
Wait,
Persia.
on PC though?
No, only on Switch. It's got little icons for like what systems it's on, and that's only on Switch. So I wonder if you got like
Like, if
Ubisoft.
you get the subscription service, can you play that on your Switch then? How would that work?
That's what I'm curious about. Like, if you got the subscription service on your Switch, compared to like if you get it on
Can
your
you
Switch compared
though?
to if you get it on PC. I don't. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm just. Yeah, they've got like some smaller games. Like they have that new, uh, pirate sim Skull and Bones coming out this year. Um, Assassin's Creed Jade. Oh, that's on mobile. Oh no.
Oh no.
Beyond Good and Evil 2, that was announced like 20 that was announced what year is it? 2024? So that was announced like 6 or 7 years ago. I don't think that's ever coming out. I think that's just going to quietly disappear.
Mm-hmm.
But like they got some games here. I was really excited for a second cuz they have a game that they're working on for Invincible, the like superhero show,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. The Omni
the Omni-Man show.
the thick
Yeah.
guy, yeah.
I'm a big Invincible fan. I have the whole comic series. But I was really excited. It's like, oh my god, they're doing an Invincible game. Like, I'll play that. It's a mobile game. It's a mobile idle game.
Idle too. Oh
It's a mobile
no.
idle game, and one of the
I was
screenshots they
about to
have is a
say, what
loot
if it ends
box.
up like that Marvel game that Square Enix did that was supposed to be online and kind of sucked? And
Just like the Avengers one? That was
yeah,
Crystal,
that one, that one, that one.
the Crystal Dynamics one.
It's like, yeah, it was like the one that was like,
Scott Pilgrim versus the
people are supposed
World.
to be online. The
Pe-
Scott Pilgrim game.
yeah, people liked that one. They did that one.
I like that Scott Pilgrim's actually like popular on a world stage because I remember when those comics were up and coming in my city.
Hmm.
Because that's like local stuff to me. Like you
Yeah,
literally will see street signs like Dufferin Street, and I'm like, I know exactly where that is because that's my city, and it's
and
kind of nice.
and that's really cool. Like honestly, like if they had something like that for Seattle or something, that'd be really cool for me.
Yeah.
Immortals Phoenix Rising, the game that got the shit sued out of it because they used the word monster and Monster Energy Drink didn't like that.
Wait, what?
So, Immortals Phoenix Rising was originally called Gods and Monsters, which is just a cool title for anything. Monster Energy Drink sued them, saying "Monster is our word," and they won. They set a precedent that Monster
What the
Energy Drink,
fuck?
yeah, so they had to rename it Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Oh, you know what
Um,
that reminds me of?
hmm,
Um, fucking, there are colors that are copyrighted. There are just shades of colors that are copyrighted.
yeah,
Coca-Cola red and Target red, to name a few. Like,
I
if
think
you use those colors on, like, a professional
yeah,
stage, you can get sued.
I think Best Buy has their blue and yellow trademarked, or at least maybe they're yellow, like on their sign.
Yeah, there's,
Yeah.
like... It's... It's kind of ridiculous, and we kind of need a little bit of a world reform.
Anyway, but to kind of get back to the core of Ubisoft's big uh-oh, I don't think it's smart for a game company to say in any capacity get used to not owning your games. I don't think that's a very smart play at all because as a consumer that makes me think, okay, if I don't own them, why would I pay you for them?
Yeah, exactly. And,
Um
like, setting precedents is, like, a whole thing, because, like, you know, you've also got GTA, where it's just like, would people pay $100 for this game? And all of the, like,
don't
stupid average gamers are just like,
don't
we would pay more.
I would pay more than $100 for GTA 6. Don't tell them
Don't,
that. Don't
don't
tell
tell
them
them
that.
that.
Rockstar is big enough, they could possibly set a precedent. If they started
Yeah,
selling, like, if they sold Grand Theft Auto 6 and Red Dead Redemption 3 or whatever their next big game is, if they started selling those at $100 each, you would see other big, like, Ubisoft big open world games possibly being sold at that price.
yeah, and the problem with that too is like Canadian, that would be like 130, 140.
Oh
So you're
boy.
paying $150 for a singular game, right? So it's like the standard is American currency, so for the rest of the world, get fucked, right?
It would be
Um,
134.61 plus tax for
yeah, so
CAD.
the taxes would make it about 150.
Ew.
Because, like, it's
Eee.
$79.99 for a game, and there's, like, video game taxes that are kind of different in Ontario. They actually recommend, if you're in Canada and you have, like, a Nintendo Switch or something, to set your Switch console's location to Alberta, because the taxes are cheaper. Which,
Interesting.
apparently you shouldn't be allowed to do. I don't really know. I haven't done that. I know somebody who did, and it worked.
We
But,
have throughout the states we have different sale taxes, and basically all the video
Texas
game
has, like, none, right? Or something.
Oregon. So I live in Washington State, and Oregon State, right south of us, they have no sales tax on luxury. I think it's on no sales tax on luxuries or something. Like
So,
you
cigarettes. So go there to buy cigarettes.
I don't know the basically if you set Oregon as your like the state where you live in, you don't pay taxes on like your digital purchases and stuff. And there is like all the video game companies say like if we find out you're doing that, we're gonna lock your account. You're gonna lose it if we figure out that you're lying.
Yeah,
Um,
pretty much.
but yeah, you can set you can set your state like your location to other states and
We don't recommend you do this, by
yeah.
the way. I said it's been apparently recommended in Canada, but like if you do that, that's kind of tax fraud. So don't.
It it is tax fraud.
It is tax fraud.
I was just
Unless your name is Turnip Boy, we highly recommend against it.
honestly, I was just thinking like, don't do it because if you get caught, these companies will take all your purchases away anyway. But yeah, I guess
Yeah,
also tax fraud is illegal, so don't do it.
yeah.
Now here,
It's not just the video games at stake there.
now here's the question: what if you're a minor setting up your Xbox account? Are minors culpable for tax fraud?
Uh, hmm.
I ask the
I
real questions here.
mean, you shouldn't be setting up your. I mean, like, it depends on if they're under or over 13. If you're under 13, you don't even know what a tax is. Um, and you shouldn't be having your own online account. If you're over
Mhm.
13, I feel like, there should be parental supervision, so I feel like the parents would be responsible and there'd at least be a talking to. Be like, if you do this when you're 18, you're
If
going to jail.
if you do this, we're gonna get slapped with your tax fraud.
Yeah,
Um,
plus I feel like when it comes to kids, where it's just like, they're not really the age to be responsible for something, but they're also kind of sort of know what they're doing. Have like an officer come in and talk to them, scare them a little bit, be like, look, this is the reality, and if you, you know, I might have to do worse if I come back and you're of age. Because I hear a lot of the time, if you have like a friendly police officer who comes in and talks to a kid who's doing shit that's wrong, they'll be like, oh, wait, this is actually serious. And they might actually stop doing it, and it'll kind of nip those behaviors in the bud. You know what I
oh
mean?
shit. So here's kind of bearing the lead. I'm still reading this GameIndustry.biz article.
Yeah.
Ubisoft's commitment towards streaming was evident when it acquired the streaming rights to Actibliz games in August of 2023.
Huh.
So apparently this Ubisoft Plus streaming service will include like Spyro, Crash, Overwatch 2,
Wait, I
the
own those though. Well,
Activ-
Spyro and Crash. Yeah,
Act-
Overbros.
Actibliz owns those, but Ubisoft now has the streaming rights to those games.
Diablo as well?
Uh, yeah, if it's an Actibliz, they just have the overall rights to streaming.
StarCraft 3 in 10, 15 years from now.
Yeah, interesting, but I don't think there's a whole lot more to talk about here. This was just something that kind of made waves for about
Yeah.
a week, and I think it was worth noting that, like,
There's a lot of game companies that are willing to actually do this horrible
yeah.
shit, and you need to be careful with setting precedences. Speaking of setting I
Speaking of
tried.
setting precedents,
Thank you.
Apple,
Yes, and Unity.
Apple and Unity and Apple. Um, okay, so last year, late 2023, Unity was like, "Hey, we're gonna start charging developers." I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like we're gonna start charging them X amount of money for like games downloaded using our system. People hated that, so they came back with a lower number, but still that problem. You know, it didn't solve anything. People were still mad about it. Um, looks like Apple really liked that idea. Um,
Yup.
I don't think there's a whole lot here. It's just that so basically in the European Union, in the EU, Apple has set up a new developer terms of service, or terms of business terms is just what they're calling it. So
Posting a thread on Twitter that goes into detail and even has a link to a YouTube video with more details for chat.
perfect. So on the one hand, like the current model is that like, hey, if you're developing an iOS app, you can distribute it only through the iOS store. You can only do in-app purchases, like in-app transaction stuff, through the iOS store, through Apple Pay. But with the new terms of service, you can do third-party distribution if you wanted to distribute on your own website or on other marketplaces. And you could use alternative purchase systems. So like that, in my brain, that reads as like Google Pay, PayPal, like other digital um, payment services. But that comes with the caveat of was it so you get 100 annual installs per year for free, and then any install after 1 million within a 12-month period, so within the fiscal year, is a 50-cent surcharge to the developer. very similar to what Ubisoft was doing with, downloads for games made in their system. The problem, and it does specify first annual install, so you can't download and then uninstall, keep downloading it and installing it, and like hike up these charges for the companies.
Yeah, the thing that people realized Unity was going to have to basically install spyware onto your computer to ensure that you're not doing that.
But
by the way.
But this is still like, hey, there's tons of free apps that get millions of downloads, so that's not awesome. Yeah, I think the only thing here is that it feels like too quick of a turnaround for Apple to have gotten it straight from Unity. I feel like it could be a matter of like parallel invention, where just two crappy tech companies had a very similar idea, and maybe Apple saw the like fallout from Unity doing it, and then they slightly
kept
changed
themselves quiet.
Yeah, they kept it quiet for a bit, and they might have changed it, like they specified first annual installs instead of just like every time it's installed. Like they maybe did a little bit of preemptive damage control. It's still not awesome. I don't think either of us use Apple, so it doesn't really affect us. But if you use Apple in the EU, and you're an app developer, look out.
Yeah. Just throw your game on Steam instead.
Well, I don't even
There's
think
a lot of like mobile games that are available on Steam now anyway, like a lot of like idle stuff or whatever. If you're making like, if you're dubbing a little idle thing, just throw it on Steam instead of iOS.
I don't even think it's like a specifically game thing, because it's for apps. So if you just develop
Discord, TikTok, well, they can afford it.
But I'm just like, if you were an indie developer who...
VTube Studio might have to start like charging, because like all the VTubers, so like, cause especially since I recently got into like VTubing, because I'm practicing making models with my Stunfisk and shit. So one of the best ways to track your face is by using the iOS Face ID thing. There are specific parameters in what's it called, in Live 2D, like cheek parameter, that can only really be tracked with the iOS and stuff like that, because it's a lot better at tracking people's faces. So I'm learning how to like work around that, because I don't have an iOS for tracking. But VTube Studio is kind of like free, and then you just pay to get rid of like their little watermark, and it's a one-time payment sort of thing. I'm worried about like, specific apps like that are like widely used tools that are now going to get the buttfuck charged out of them. Are they going to have to charge only for iOS? Will that create like this rift where it's like now they're charging on Android as well, or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like kind of like a weird situation for these well-used apps, right? It's, I don't know. It's kind of weird there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just, no, I'm just thinking about all the different apps that are possible, because it could just be a free, like, oh, here's a free app that helps you organize your apps better, or your photos or something, you can set up like, here's like a daily reminder thing, or like there's like those free like meditation
period
apps and stuff.
trackers or something.
Yeah,
I don't know why it came out of that. That's the thing that people use.
Well, I mean, those apps do exist, but again, there's
like health and fitness, and for some reason, the first thing that came to my mind was period.
Yeah, I mean, like there's but it's true. There are these kind of wellness apps and these just quality of life apps that help for a lot of different things, and they could be, completely free with some ads and stuff, but then if the surcharges start getting slapped on them, and it could be retroactive. There's nowhere in the wording there of the article that or the developer's log I was reading from the Apple Store, or from apple.com, did it say anything about whether or not there'd be retroactive charges. So,
yeah, TikTok, so that means
probably has...
even if you wipe your app off the store, like now, you're still gonna get slapped with all that shit.
Exactly. So, like, TikTok, who has, like, billions of downloads or whatever, like, they could get slapped with, hundreds of thousands of dollars of charges.
I do believe the Twitter account that I posted as well, it was saying it's like $310K, so 310 $310,000 a year
Mm-hmm.
in fees. Turns out they realized it was way worse, and that's probably monthly.
310 monthly?
Yeah,
Damn.
$310,000 monthly. So again, I would recommend for people. I'm actually probably gonna watch it afterwards as well. This
Mm-hmm.
Twitter user did make a video on this stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll post the link here. I don't know if you also want to post it in like the description of like the YouTube thing or whatever.
I'll
But
I'll hang on to it. I'm gonna copy the
yeah,
copy, and I'll just
Apple's
hang
new
on to that.
fees will kill free apps is what the YouTube video is called. I can also just link the YouTube itself. No, don't stop! Don't start playing. Ah, that was loud. Stop, please.
All right.
Yeah, this person did a video on it, so if anybody wants like more information, they probably have like all of the nitty-gritty information details for you. But yeah, that's kind of like a scary precedent. So, if Apple's doing it, like there's just like a lot of scary late-stage capitalism stuff that's being
Mm-hmm.
pulled like all over that is going to affect us all over. So if one company won't do it and does back down from it, another company will.
Mm-hmm. For the Game Awards, because I don't have a good transition out of this, because Apple bad and
Apple bad.
Jeff Keighley bad for not letting people talk about the games that they love to work on. That's a good
I
transition.
mean, Genshin was mobile game of the year, so what happened to
Genshin
Genshin on
bad?
Apple S? Genshin
I don't. I'm just spitballing here.
was it was it Genshin game of the year? I'm pretty sure. No, it was Honkai. It might have been Star Rail actually was a mobile game of the year. So speaking of
Sure,
mobile games, that
it
like
was
imagine
a.
having an Apple and like MiHoYo doesn't want to take that, so now you can't play your Honkai Impact or Honkai Star Rail on iOS anymore. Speaking of it, it was the Game of the Awards.
Oh
Game of
my
the
god.
Awards, Game of the. I'm.
No, I just thought
We
of something.
tried.
I just thought of something. The fucking iPad kids who just download shit willy nilly.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Anyway,
Oh yeah, the ones who can't even read.
yeah, but they're given iPads to help them shut up instead of actually parenting
Yeah.
your kids. Did you want to start with the things that were announced, the things to look forward to, or did you want to start with the actual awards?
I guess we can do like a sort of like a summary of the awards. We can go through them all.
Yeah,
And
we
stuff
can
like
start with the
that.
awards. Hang on, let me open Game Awards 2023.
So a lot of us know this already, but like, Game of the Year was Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I think it's worth just mentioning that like this is the old news at this point, but
Yeah. We
yeah.
appreciate stuff like that because like Baldur's Gate being from a studio that's just like this is a full game. We're
Yeah.
not going to sell you DLC. And in the chance they do end up selling DLC, it would be actual addition to an already full game instead of half of a game and then another half of a game.
It is a
I feel like
full game.
if they did sell the DLC, the people would be like, "Hey, but you said this," and they could be like, "Yes, but the game that we sold you was entirely full and planned, and we saw ways to expand upon a game that people loved." So, they'd even come out with a statement. It's just like, "Hey, if we made like actual paid for DLC that was like an entire expansion as opposed to half of the game." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's like, it's just really nice to see that like a studio like that and a AAA title like that from a studio like that, just like one game of the year.
And
But
other game studios were mad about it when this game first came out because there's such quality behind it, and a bunch of game studios were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's not make this the precedent. Don't start getting ideas that all games are going to be like this now because it takes years to develop a game and."
They spent 8 years on it, yeah.
BG3 was in development for like almost a decade, around a decade, and so like a bunch of game companies came out, and it kind of made them look bad just to be like, hey, this good game, that's like an outlier. Don't expect all games to be good. I'm being facetious again. But...
It's like, no, I know. It's like that's the thing. The fact that they're like so scared of having to put in effort. You know what I mean? We need to set more precedents like that, where it's just like, if we're going to be funneling, if like these like big studios are going to be embezzling funds from us, they could make something that's good
I am very
and full.
happy. I'm very happy that the two biggest games at the Game Awards, Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake 2, like those were like the big names coming up all the time all across the Game
Hmm.
Awards, are both franchises that have basically been in deep sleep for years. So I'm glad that we are rewarding quality over quantity. You know, I'm
Exactly.
glad that we're rewarding the efforts of these companies that are taking time. You know, Remedy and Larian are being rewarded for the effort of, you know, we're gonna spend years and craft like one really incredible game instead of
Instead of mass producing a
yeah.
singular title. So like I suppose, like, kind of going back to Pokemon a little bit, it really does depend on the franchise because Pokemon makes, and like this isn't really a defense of the clusterfuck that the Gen 9 release was, but it's like they have a lot more to consider than just the games. The games are the baseline for all of their merch, which is where they
Hmm.
make their money, right?
Hmm.
And because of like release rules and approval rules for merch and stuff like that for big corporations like that in the EU, they have to run on schedule, which is like kind of, the unfortunate thing. So like in defense of Pokemon, they have a whole bunch of other things to consider than just their video games, and their video games have to match up to those timelines. But at the same time, it's still just like, if you have that money, you just gotta hire more devs,
But
right?
even Nintendo was kind of rewarded for, you know, quality over quantity. Pikmin 4 won best strategy game, and Pikmin is a
Yeah.
franchise we haven't seen, you know, in years. I think we've seen Olimar more in like Smash games over the years than like, cuz like Pikmin 3
Also
compared to
re-releases, because they took like Pikmin
Mhm.
3 and they re-released it for the Switch, and they took
Yeah,
Pikmin
okay.
2 and they re-released it on the Wii U, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like Pikmin is like one of those series that has been spaced out and like handcrafted. That happens to be like a Nintendo owned franchise and not really like third party owned franchise like Bayonetta was.
I'm going to look
Is
through. So, I've since gone through and I'm still playing some of these games that were, you know, that won some
mostly the
awards.
indie ones, right?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of the indie games. So
You
I
played Cocoon now, you also played Viewfinder, and then
yeah
Venba.
yeah I'm looking through. Specifically, it looks like I've just been playing the best debut indie contenders.
Yeah.
Like I have Dredge. That's gonna
Have
be
you played
another one
Pizza
that
Tower?
I've not played. Pizza Tower.
Play Pizza Tower.
That one I know set the world on fire, and people were mad that Pizza Tower didn't win anything. But I get it now. Like playing Cocoon, that was an incredible puzzle game. I was very impressed by that. I still think I like Viewfinder more for the personality. And it's just like more those more like visually distinct perspective puzzles like Superliminal. Those are more my speed in terms of what I like out of a puzzle
Mm-hmm.
game. But Cocoon was so good. And like it culminated in like the final puzzle in Cocoon really felt like, yeah, this is everything that the game has been leading me to. Like the last 4 hours of game has been leading me directly to this puzzle. This feels awesome. And like I get it. Like I before I was like, I haven't even heard of Cocoon. Why did Cocoon win? I get it. Like my personal vote would have gone to Viewfinder if I had like played all of these before. But
Yeah, for
I'm not
me
mad
it
that
would have
Cocoon
been
won.
like, for what I've heard of, I heard Pizza Tower. Well, like, I heard of Pizza Tower, Dredge, and Viewfinder.
Hmm.
Dredge felt like it was like, kind of like a slow accumulation of people who are like, a couple people would play it. Wait, this is actually really good, and it would kind of like web out a
It,
little bit.
it was
Pizza
spread by
Tower was just like,
it's because
and then Viewfinders, just like I saw in like I think it was Wholesome Games Direct or something like that, or like Indie Game Direct, one of those things in the summer, and I was like, this looks really cool. This kind of looks super liminally, but I didn't hear that much outside of that.
yeah.
So it's like it felt like Pizza Tower was supposed to win.
Yeah, Dredge was very much like word of mouth. You know, like people were saying like, no, 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 no. Like I know it kind of looks a little drab, but play it. And like I
Yeah.
do want to play it. Pizza
Are
Tower.
you gonna?
Yeah, I have it. Why wouldn't I play it?
Oh,
I
you have
got
it.
it.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
The other two like indie games. Once I'm done with Chance of Sinar, which I've been really enjoying. I'm sad Slay the Princess came out too late to have it shot. Could it be
Yeah.
nominated? Could it be
Couldn't it be
nominated?
nominated this year? Or
Yeah,
I
for.
feel like it's already kind of been left in the dust at this point.
I mean,
Honestly. I don't hear that much about it anymore.
even if it released like here in January, Pal World has kind of blown it out of the water in terms of like indie or like smaller studio. Um,
I
but
don't know
I
if it's entirely indie.
but
It
I
didn't have the budget though.
it's gonna be left behind by now. Rip.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other games like Once I Know What Chance of Sinar, the other two that I have other like bigger games like um Assassin's Creed. I wanted to play the new Assassin's Creed, the RoboCop game. I saw like Blaze was playing that, and I have the new RoboCop game because I love RoboCop, and I was like, I'm gonna play this, and just didn't. That is my curse. It's always like I have money, I'm gonna buy a game I want to play, and I just don't play them, and it makes me feel awful inside. So that's why I want to.
Backlogs be backlogs.
Backlogs be backlogs, but Dredge and Sea of Stars are like the other two.
Are you gonna do Sea of Stars? I would say Sea of Stars, like, if you enjoy, like, kind of like, because I know you're not really, like, a JRPG person, but with, like, the way the combat looks in that game, I would say if you enjoy stuff like, like Mario and Luigi, where there's a little bit of, like, like, planned QTE, I'm not gonna say it's sprung upon you, like, you, like, throw your little chakram thing and it bounces off the thing and you kind of, like, time it to do more
Okay.
damage and stuff like that sort of, like, turn-based combat. It's a little more engaging than your average turn-based thing, I would say. As well as, like, the art and music just look absolutely awesome. So I think despite it being a JRPG, you still might actually like it.
It takes a
You know what I
lot.
mean?
Like it takes a lot for me to sit down with a JRPG, but I mean like
It is also, like, JRPG inspired. It's not really, like, J in
yeah.
Japanese. So
But
it's got, like, probably a little bit more, like, Western stuff that might catch you.
like I like Final Fantasy, Persona, Kingdom Hearts. Like there are plenty of JRPG franchises that I play and enjoy. It just takes a
Yeah.
lot for me to. And I looked it up, and it's only like for a JRPG, it's only like a 30-hour campaign. Like
Yeah. It's got a bunch of, like, little secrets and, like,
yeah.
how do I get to this treasure chest? Do I jump across here, right? It's definitely got, like, a lot of, like, overworld exploration on top of, like, slight action turn-based combat and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
I think, like, versus, like, some of the super fucking niche, like, turn-based JRPGs I play, like Agarest, you would not have fun with Agarest. But, like, I enjoyed it, right? You
Yeah.
definitely, like, prefer Sea of Stars.
But like I really liked Nier Automata.
Yeah.
I didn't get all
That's,
the
like,
endings in
super
it, but
action combat, though, in,
yeah.
like, open world, right? It's not just, like, turn-based,
It could just
like,
be that I love what was the company that did the
platinum.
Platinum, thank you. Because like it could just be that I love Platinum games because like they did a Transformers game in 2016 and just chef's kiss. It's Transformers Devastation is so good. Um
Oh.
yeah, you can like some of the attacks are basically like the Transformer breakdancing in and out of the vehicle mode to do like AoE sweeping damage.
Oh my
Like
god.
like Optimus Prime like skidding down like onto one knee and then like doing a flip into his truck form and like the trailer swings out and like hits enemies. It's so smooth.
Dude,
It's
that
so
that
good.
sounds like
I
it sounds like what Michael Bay tried to do in the
but it's cell shaded and it looks like the old
movies, I guess.
cartoon. It looks so good. It
Ooh.
is like it's no longer it's one of those games that like the license ran out so it's no longer available anywhere, but I have a physical copy luckily.
Mhm.
So I can still play it, but anyway, Alan Wake 2 also did really well at the Game Awards, and I promised I would. I will eat
Hello
my
Kitty Island Adventure didn't, Sag.
I
Sorry.
I will eat my hat. I said I would play the Alan Wake, and I think I might even play like the full trilogy because there was Control from like 2019, and like one of the twists in Control
Is
is that like
Control linked to Alan Wake?
it is one of the
Oh.
I don't know if it's like a post game like post credits thing to be like, oh, Alan Wake is like in this universe, but I do know that like the facility where Control takes place is
Uh-huh.
a facility mentioned in Alan Wake 1. Like
Huh.
it's very
So
much
maybe
like,
play one control and then two?
yeah, that's kind of the play order, and I think I might even do that because I think I got Control for free with PlayStation Plus, so like I have it anyway. The only one
Yeah.
I would just need to buy the Alan Wake games.
Yeah, those are kind of like a little pricier. Maybe not the first one, but the
I
second one.
mean,
I mean, you can probably aim to play the second one by like the end of the year, and that gives you time to wait for a sale.
yeah, and I mean, like, in all honesty, like Alan Wake 1 might be, I don't want to say like $30 or something, but I can just double check the PlayStation Store right now because I wouldn't. The physical copy would definitely be more expensive, just because it's it's PS3, so it's more of like a retro game now. Oh look, a friend of
Yeah.
mine is playing Danganronpa 1 and 2 right now.
Danganronpa.
I'm just gonna look up Alan Wake.
The music from that game is like fucking incredible.
Oh,
It's
cool. So
super fucking unique as well.
it looks like at some point PlayStation Plus also gave me Alan Wake Remastered, so I do just have that.
Are you gonna do that after Sonar?
No, I don't like leaving games hanging, and I am gonna, after Chance of Sonar, I think it's gonna be about February at that point, I will be finishing
PMD?
PMD.
Okay.
I feel bad for like right in the middle of it being like, I missed
Are
a
you gonna
bunch of
steal from the
games.
Kecleon shop?
No, I will not steal from the
You're
Kecleon shop.
not getting the full experience of the game if you don't steal from a Kecleon shop.
Kecleon did nothing to me. Why would I do that to Kecleon?
Because for the content. Think about the content.
Think about the content.
Peer
Right.
pressure. Your viewers want you to steal from the Kecleon shop. What if you do like a community challenge thing, one of those community challenge like things where you pool your points in, and
Oh
like if
man.
we reach the amount of points in the set time, you have to steal from a Kecleon shop.
Okay. Yeah, it's like if we find the Kecleon shop, it's like if you
We
donate
got him,
like,
boys. We got him. We got him.
all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
same reason, same. That's why I was like kind of like Danganronpa. Like the little the way that the game says it and then the theme comes in. Yeah, that's what I
I
was thinking too.
that is one franchise I am not playing on stream. At least not by myself, cuz I don't mind doing a million voices for all the Pokemon,
Oh, I would so do that with you.
but like
Like I could
Dangan,
do like more feminine characters or something like that with like a cutesy anime voice or some shit.
it's just like the cool characters die so quickly in Danganronpa. Like, I'm a big Leon enjoyer.
Gonta is a good boy. I cried. I didn't cry in that game until the third game, but I fucking cried, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Really?
I'm not gonna spoil anything. He's a good boy.
Who is? I wasn't listening. I was.
Fucking character in the third one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just like the way that the death happened. It was like, and because like I understand Japanese as well, and I had the Japanese voice acting on. Is like in the trial,
Oh,
just the way
yeah.
he like screamed, but Gonta is a good boy. And like I put it down and I got up from my chair and I just started crying. It was
The
like
thing,
no.
the thing about Danganronpa is that like the melodrama doesn't, like, when it's goofy, when it's like Japanese anime silly, I love it. I think it's so fun. But then when it tries to be serious, I don't believe it.
It
I don't buy
does
any of it.
it. At the same time, it's just like it kind of does it really well at the same time, where it's just like it's being serious, but at the same time, like Danganronpa is pretty self-aware, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like once you're like going through the experience and stuff like that with the pacing, sometimes it'll feel like a little weird and a little anime, and then sometimes it'll just be like this is actually like okay, yeah, here it is, here we go. Oh boy.
Um, back on track. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about for the games that won last year, or do you want to start looking ahead towards the games to come?
I would say. Let me just do like a scroll. So, like the ongoing game thing, Cyberpunk didn't really make sense. And if we're talking about like ongoing games, what's the one that released an update? I think Baldur's Gate released an update, but it might have just been bug fixes. I don't remember.
The ones that were nominated were Cyberpunk, Fortnite, Final Fantasy 14, Genshin, and Apex.
Yeah, I feel like Genshin or maybe Ape may. Fortnite actually did just like a whole bunch of big updates, so I will admit that like it's
Fortnite should have
definitely a lot more of
won.
a contender than like a one DLC thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think the same reason that sometime, or at least in the last few years, best ongoing game, or like one of the nominations was No Man's Sky, is that there's recognition from the studio that like, hey, the product we released isn't up to our standards. We're gonna keep working on it post-launch, just with bug fixes and updates like that.
Yeah.
So I think this is gonna be the only year.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be the only year 2077 is nominated for best ongoing game, because it's basically fixed now. It's basically playable now. So I don't think it's gonna be as updated as often.
No, rewarding the effort of damage control after the fact is actually like a pretty good thing to do. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. By the way, are you gonna play so the games for Impact? Are you gonna play like the other ones? I know you did Vemba, Terra Nil. Terra Nil's kind of like what's that kind of game, like City Skylines and shit?
Hang on, Games for Impact. Oh,
are you gonna play Space for the Unbound as well? I really want to play that one. It's like a visual novel though. So I'd warn you about that one. You don't necessarily have to play it on stream.
I might look into it. I've played Chia in my own time. I played Chia when it came out. That is such a cute game. I would love to play through that again for stream. Venba was really good. I'm really glad I sat down with Venba for like the.
I'm sad I missed some of it. Honestly, I came in for like the ending.
It's really
but
cute.
Like I could see. Yeah.
Chance of Sonar. I am enjoying Chance of Sonar, but also every time they introduce a new like language, it's just like, oh no, the sentence structure is different. I don't know where nouns are. I don't know what some languages had like a prefix that denoted a plural. Some of them had suffixes that denoted a plural, and
oh wow, it gets complicated as fuck. Huh?
Like, and the languages keep getting more complex, so, like, the first couple languages only have, like, nouns and verbs, and, like, the plural for one would just be saying, like, person twice to say people, and the other one was like, oh, this little squiggle before a word means it's plural. So, like, it was very simple to kind of piece together, and they had a very similar structure, but then the third language was, like, Yoda speak.
You.
The sentence structure was Yoda speak. And so, like,
I think Japanese is a little. It's kind of like the difference between like some Asian languages and like Western languages, where it's just like the sentence structure is very different, but at the same time, at its core, once you get it, it's very simple.
Oh yeah, I actually just had, when I did my Japanese lesson today on Duolingo, it was a lot of yeah, it was a lot of like dokodesu sentences or sokodesu sentences, and I realized the like, okay, it is kind of like sandwiching, like the subject is in the middle, and like it really started to click with me about like how those sentence structures work. And
if you want, I can sit down with you at some point and like go through sentence structure and a little bit of like the Japanese rules and stuff like that, because especially when it comes to casual Japanese, the subject is nowhere to be found because you already know what, like, you and the person you're conversing with already know, like, what you're talking about. So a lot of the time you won't bring up you won't bring up the thing that you're talking about often. You'll just, like, talk about it without mentioning it ever, which sounds kind of weird, but is actually really simple.
You would just use, like, soko koko for, like, this, that, or, you know,
soko.
Okay.
So, like, watashi wa ushi ga suki desu, which is, like, I like cows. It's, like, ushi suki! Or something like that, you know what I mean? It's like, and there's like a lot of like, it's not really like the best example, but it's just like, a lot of the time, if people know that you're talking about yourself, you won't say watashi over and over again.
Oh yeah.
You'll just like go on about yourself. And then like, if people, like, you know, if you're talking about your work, you also won't really necessarily mention work, you'll just mention like the details of it without saying the word work, or saying the word that's my job, or
Yeah.
saying, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it gets like kind of like meta, but at the same time, it's like a lot simpler because then you have like a lot. As long as like people are on the same page, you have a lot less that you have to even like bring
It's
up.
in my brain it works kind of like an accordion, like you stretch it out. It's like, okay, so once you understand the full like rules of it, then you can kind of squeeze it back down to make it like really simple and concise. So like once you have all of it, you can start taking away and get down to
Yeah,
the more casual stuff. Um
V3 is not the ending of V3. Fuck the ending of V3. Sorry, I just saw that. Two does
V3
have
is
the
the
best
best.
cast. One is one I would say is like the most impactful in a sense, and then there's Ultra Despair Girls, which I haven't played.
3 is the only 3 and Ultimate Despair Girls is the are the two that I know nothing about. 1 and 2 I've seen played. Like I know the stories of those games. It it's like not just it might just not be for me. I'd be willing to like look at them again. I don't know.
The content is a good story.
Uh to go back to games for impact, I'm probably not going to be playing Goodbye Volcano High. That one just didn't really interest me, and if I wanted to play a game that looked like that or like had that kind of messaging slash aesthetic of like growing up and moving on, or like trying to find place in a world as like a young adult, I would play like Night in the Woods. um I respect V3 a ton. It's a great ending that has only aged like fine wine with all the fan games that have come out over the years.
No, because like for people, because like I'm not somebody who ever really gets into fandoms. I just play games on their own, and I
Yeah.
don't get into fandoms. Like I don't care about like I don't care about like other people, yada yada yada, whatever. Like fucking, because fandoms get weird, fandoms get crazy, right? Like I'm definitely like a hardcore fan of a lot of shit, but like I won't necessarily get into a fandom.
As soon as shipping
And
gets
like
involved, I usually leave a fandom.
yaoi. Anyway,
Excuse me.
the I said yaoi.
I know.
Oh. But like with as like a standalone, like ignoring like fan games and shit like that, like just standalone, like for story continuity, it was just the most fucking bullshit thing ever. And like I kind of understand why the ending was like done that way, but it's just bullshit. Like just following Danganronpa and just like having like the crazy fucking like what is this outside world? Like what the fuck is going on? What the fuck happened? What the fuck did this girl do to this fucking world? And then just to turn around and just be like, "Oh, yeah, it's just this."
I
Nah,
have no
go
idea
fuck
what you're.
yourself.
I have no idea
Nah,
what
I
you're
know
talking
you
about.
do.
So.
I know you don't, and I'm trying not to spoil it for you. Risen knows. Risen knows. Like, fucking, like, this isn't fucking Jeopardy. What the fuck are you on about? Like, huh? No, it's awful. Yeah, I know. Like the anime definitely gives like a lot more like context about like some of the things and stuff like that. And like, there's also like that recommended watching order if you watch one episode of Hope and one episode of Despair, and then one and then one and one and one and one and one, right? But it's just like, nah.
That sounds like a bad
Ending the story is
time.
bullshit. You can just watch all of one and one, watch all of the other. It doesn't really matter, but it kind of like it's like an experience you can have of like what's happening in school, and then the flip side later on, kind of
Yeah.
side by side, which isn't really all that bad of a thing. I didn't watch it that way, but that's like recommended.
There are some like the most I'll like go down to with that. I've had some shows where it's like, oh, you should watch episode by episode, like these different things. No, the most I will do is like seasons. Where there were some
Yeah.
shows where it's like watch season 1 of this, then season 1 of this, go back to season 2 for this, and then season 2 for that. Like go back and forth that way. It's like, okay, that's more manageable because I can binge a season of something. That's fine.
Yeah, I feel like if like a story does that, it's just like pulling a Kingdom Hearts. Like just
Oh my god.
start
Try
at the beginning next time.
imagine playing Kingdom Hearts in chronological order, like stopping partway through a game to pick up another game. Like
Starting with fucking Unchained.
playing a playing like 4 cutscenes from 358 Days Over 2, starting Chain of Memories, going back to 3. Just, well, hang on. um, hang on. Let me cook.
Yeah, keep cooking. I'm just gonna. Oh.
You don't have to eat. I'm just gonna cook. But yeah, like there's definitely some games from the Game Awards, like from last year, that I still want to play. I just want to make sure Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is done first, and then there's just other games. There have been games that I keep saying I'm gonna go back to Ratchet and Clank. I was playing tons of Ratchet and Clank on stream. I was having a great time. I'm gonna go back to that like next. Like I keep saying like I want to go back. I've been saying that for like 6 months, and other games keep coming up. So like. At this point, I'm just gonna keep playing games, and as I finish them, I might do like votes. Just be like, hey, so here's a couple games I was thinking of. What should I do?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't really think there's anything else to go on about with the games that won, but for games that were announced or games that were shown off, there's a couple.
Oh yeah, the announcements. One more thing, like the content creator of the year. Is it bad that the only one I've heard is HachuneMiu? And it's not even like I'm not really like before people say it's cause like VTubing and stuff like that. I don't care about HoloLive or anything like that. Like I don't care about like big content creator like VTuber stuff. At its core, I'm not like a huge VTuber fan, so it's not really VTuber bias. It's just the only one HachuneMiu is the only one I've heard of out of all of those.
There's a comedian I like named Josh Johnson, and he has a commentary on like the algorithm for content consumption and how everything is sort of curated to you. So I think this just goes to show how bad it can be when the algorithm sort of funnels you down certain things. Like, yeah, I've heard about HachuneMiu, but again, that's just because of like the algorithm shows me. Like the algorithm shows me people who like collab with HachuneMiu, so I know about her through like these other people. But like I think I've heard of Quackity.
For me, it was like studying how to make VTubers, put all of this VTuber stuff on my feed, and like, because I watched like I was watching the one Shy Lily clip about like how her model is like so active and stuff like that, and the way she's just like, it's not the artists, it's the people using the model. They don't know how to use their models properly. Right? You have to tailor your model. After you get your model, you have to tailor it to you, because VTube Studio or whatever program you're using has so many fucking settings, and most people just slap it in there and go. So after that, I started getting all of this like stuff, and then I listened to HoloLive covers because some of them are good, and so now it's just like, apparently I'm a VTuber fan.
Now it's just there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it just speaks to the I think it just speaks to how curated the algorithm is to people's media consumptions. Because like, yeah, I don't know these people, and it's remember when HoloLive English first started? I watched like 3 clips, then my feed was absolutely infested.
Yeah.
Rip.
I remember like when I was like before I really got into Twitch and stuff too, I was looking like everything that I knew of like VTubing was like kind of like HoloLive stuff, and I was like looking at like a lot of the male characters, like a lot of the male VTubers that I would see would be like, you know, still like really like pretty people, but like they're all kind of like a lot more like adultish or something like that from what I had seen. Like Hollow Stars and stuff like that, they kind of looked more like adults, and one of my issues was how a lot of the HoloLive females were little girls, and I was like kind of having the same issue with Gargoyle that like some people did. It's just like, is this bait? You know what I mean? And it's just like, why is it always like either like giant booba or little girl? Why can't you just have like a modest character, right? But there are a lot, like, knowing what I know now, there is a lot, like, there's like so many different characters, and there are like a lot more modest characters as well, so it's not,
I'm gonna be real.
you know, it wasn't the impression that I originally had.
I'm looking at, so I just went to Google Images, looked up Hololive. Like, I just want to see, like, show me some, like, of the other models. This is a sea of nothing. There's just a huge collage of, like, here's all of these, like,
Anime
V2.
characters,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the only two that are sticking out to me is I'm seeing a man of color and a woman of color. And those are the only two.
Yeah.
Everything else, like, it's, okay, I guess there's one with an
So
eye
Hollow
patch.
Stars, I believe, was their male thing before they just kind of merged it all together. Hollow Stars, like back then, is what they called the males, and then the females were Hololive.
Man, that is nothing. I'm so glad, like, this isn't my algorithm, because I mean, to be fair, if this was my algorithm and they only showed me this, I would probably not be as terminally online, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, so like the way you talked about like how there's only like two of color.
Yeah.
So there's, oh god, I'd have to ask Blair. I can DM Blair quickly and see. I think it was like Kenshi or something like that, Ken something or whatever like that. They're kind of like a big model. They're kind of like a big YouTuber. They are of color. They're around my skin tone. I look really pale here right now, but like IRL, I'm a bit darker. They are of color. They're mixed. They have fluffy hair.
Yeah.
They could not
model,
find an
right?
artist. Yeah, they have a white, like Sun Wukong model. They could not, and I'm sitting here wondering if you're like a huge content creator, how?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Part of me does think, oh, maybe you didn't look hard enough, because I see tons of like, you know, people who do of color art on my feed all the time, right? On my Twitter and stuff like that. But it's like the fact that there's so many people that cannot color pick like just a picture of a black person and learn how to blend it. Like the hairstyles I can understand being a little bit more difficult for like, you know, white or Asian people, but like because you know we get like really like creative with like our cornrows and the way that we hang our curls and stuff like that. Like I don't even have like the right curls for some of that, but you know, because I'm also half, but it's like I don't get it. I don't understand how hard it could be to just, you know, spend an extra hour or two, like especially if you can make like these beautifully like color blended models for like white people. It's not that hard to put a couple extra hours and be just like, hey, okay, so I charge like $20 an hour. It's gonna be like an extra $40 so that I can learn how to do your skin tone. The fact that like these artists are willing to admit like I am that ignorant of like other people's skin color. I don't know. It blew my fucking mind.
Yeah, no,
I was just
like that.
It's not that hard. You're already a professional artist. You're selling yourself as a professional artist, and you're saying, "Oh, I can't do black people."
I think it just goes into the like not necessarily. I don't want to say like the circles that people run in, but it comes down to the work that they're getting commissioned for. You know, like they're willing to say like, oh, you know, 9 out of people who commission me are white and want white models. I can live off that, you know. But then like that 10th person of color, it's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, you know. I don't know. Like I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just saying that
like,
there is.
No, I know, and it's like, yeah, it just like I guess they're able to like make their living off of it or whatever like that. But it just goes to show like how deep. I wouldn't even say like discrimination. I'm not gonna call this discrimination because if it's just like a lack of knowledge, I would say like slight ignorance can go
There,
even in art.
it feels like
if you're a professional artist, if you're ever going to be hired as a concept artist, you need to be able to do a whole bunch of skin tones, right? Even for anime, they have a lot of like. They even have like the tan girls who always have in the ecchi anime who always have the tan lines because they're not actually like colored people. They're just super fucking tan. So like.
Yeah.
You know, you see the one thing where they're taking their shirt off and you can see the tan line under their tits. You know what I mean? Like, you still have to know how to do those skin tones, right?
It feels like whitewashing out of laziness.
Yeah.
Is how I'll word that.
Like if I only do like if you're a professional artist, it's only really gonna take you like a few hours to learn how to do those blends, even passably, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many guides because there's so much, like, there's so many artists of color who put all of these guides for blending for, like, blush,
Yeah,
because you wouldn't use the same color blush. So, yeah, I guess it does get a little more complicated once you get into, like, the blush and stuff, but it's like,
but the
you
guides are
wouldn't really use
there.
the same colored blush. Yeah, you just go on Twitter and it's just, like, black art guides, or black skin tone art guide and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. There's stuff all over the internet. Like, I taught myself how to use Live 2D using YouTube, and that took me about 6 days to rig a fish, to
Mm-hmm.
badly rig a fish. Like, it would take you about the same 20 minutes as that guide to learn how to do other skin tones. You know what I mean? It's, if you're a professional level and you're making enough money to live off of creating VTubers for people, you're a professional. It's not going to take you that long.
Yeah. No, I agree, and it really just comes down to like the effort people are willing to put in, and I feel like, you know, if you are an artist, you might, I don't know, be more respected if you learn this stuff, if you open
Yeah.
yourself, if you open your commissions up to all kinds of people who want all kinds of different, because these same people are the ones who will do like, oh, you want a VTube model that's like an anthro shark person, I guess. Sure, I can do that. I can mix blue tones, but they can't mix brown tones. I don't know. Again, that's like not really a circle that like I'm in. I
Yeah.
can't think of any like.
I've just been, I guess, like, rather than specifically VTubing, it's like artists in general. I was just
Mm-hmm.
like, I didn't realize there was like, I wouldn't call myself, I don't really call myself, I don't even call myself a skill artist. I wouldn't really call myself a professional skilled artist if I couldn't even blend different skin tones. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of feels like they're like masquerading, where it's just like, yeah, I can do white people and white people accessories. Just like Thanks Hank.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Do
I don't know.
do you want to jump into games that were announced at the Game Awards? Do
Yeah, sure,
you want?
sorry.
No,
A
no. I
little
think
bit of a tangent, but it's actually kind of
it was
like
a
important.
yeah, it was a tangent worth having. I just don't
Yeah.
know. I'm terrible at segues.
No, it's good.
Is the issue
Segues. And
exactly?
now to Segu. Yeah. We'll do like announcements. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I haven't downloaded it yet.
Hello
I
Killy,
don't have time for mobile games.
Hello Killy Island Adventure. Oh my god, I keep forgetting how many. Cause
Does
like
anybody know of the Hello Kitty AK-47?
I've seen that.
You've seen it?
Yeah. I'm just look.
I'm gonna.
So the article that I have here from IGN about the games that were announced doesn't it has them it doesn't have them in order of how they were announced. Because the first one they have here is the last thing that was announced, and it's the big Capcom one. Do you care about Monster Hunter?
Monster Hunter? I do. Monster Hunter Wilds. That I I mean, we only saw a little bit of it, so I don't really know how it looks. Honestly, Monster Hunter Rise looked really, really, really fucking fun to me with like how like mobile it was and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But just judging by the way that people are now funneling themselves back into World,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it was a fun change of pace, but we are probably going to get a little bit more of the meat and potatoes, bread and butter that is like the old sort of slow, grindy, you're hunting a giant fucking dinosaur, this is gonna take you a while, sort of like just that like big heavy feeling of like hunting in Monster Hunter, and I think they're gonna try and go back to that because like I'm not saying you can like speedrun hunting a lot of like a high and master rank and rise, I have no clue, but just the way that like the combat looks, it
Mm-hmm.
looks like it goes a little bit away from like that slow running because you can just like zip bug your way this way instead of using all of your stamina and then gonna have to go.
Yeah.
It, you know what I mean?
I
It looks like the combat has like a much like faster action
yeah.
combat feel as opposed to like that slow. You're holding a sword that's bigger than you are because you're hunting a
Yeah.
monster bigger than your houses.
Oh man. I broke down. My
So
friends got me to download Monster Hunter World, and like I get it. I think Monster Hunter World is a very fun game. I would never play Monster Hunter alone. I think it's only fun with people, and I feel the same way about Wilds. Like when this comes out, if my like little like offline friend like gaming circle gets it, sure. I might wait till it's on sale, like I did with Baldur's Gate 3, but I am not opposed to Monster Hunter anymore.
Mm.
Before I was like, I don't really get it. Like, it doesn't look like it would be for me. It's okay. Like, yeah, I'm not the target audience for this, but my friends are, and I just like playing games with my friends. So I will
Yeah.
probably look at this at some point. We have until 2025. It's coming
Yeah,
out next year,
exactly.
so
Yeah, my issue is like I'm kind of sad that I missed Rise because like with the multiplayer in those games, like everybody's already going back to World, so there's like it's kind of like 50-50 on if you're gonna get a party in Rise, and everybody's already high in Master rank, and it's like there's no point in me buying the game now, and that's kind of like the unfortunate thing with the series. There will always be people playing certain titles and stuff, but at the same time, it's like you missed it,
there's a joke.
right?
There's a joke in there somewhere about like the rise and fall of Monster Hunter Rise. There's a joke in there somewhere about how quickly it fell off.
Yeah, which is a little unfortunate considering how fun it actually looked. But I also really like fast-paced like action hack and slash combat too, so I guess
Yeah,
that's why it looks more appealing to me. But when it comes to like the core of Monster Hunter, you want that like nitty-gritty grindy grind, right?
yeah, and I see the appeal in that. I just have to be in the mood for it. I have here Hideo Kojima's next project. Do you have the same IGN article that I do, or do you want me to send that?
Huh? The IGN article?
Yeah, I have this IGN article of like
Oh,
everything that was announced.
I have the Polygon one, but it's kind of like oh
Um,
wait, yeah, I guess this works. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, isn't that like a remake?
yes, it's
Okay.
a remaster maybe. Okay, let me go to Polygon real quick.
Oh yeah, Inscription creators making a new game.
Pony Island 2 Panda Circuit. There were a lot of games that were announced where I'm like, that's for somebody, and I'm so happy for fans of these games. Like Brothers Tale of Two Sons. That was by the Joseph Fares. That was the same guy who did Divorce Simulator 2022. What was that game called?
Divorce Simulator?
It Takes Two. That's what that game was called.
Oh,
Yeah, Divorce Simulator.
Divorce
Um,
Simulator.
yeah, I'm still blown away. The game is about like a family falling apart. That is the premise of the game. Is that these parents are getting ready for a divorce, and they're like, "How are we going to tell our child?" And then they get turned into a toy. They get turned into toys and have to work together. It won best family game.
Yeah.
Like,
It looked really, really fun, and like from the like streamers I'd seen playing it, which is
yeah,
where I had seen it and learned of it, it was just like it really depends on if you have that one person that's like chaotic, because it's a little like I guess some of the frustration where it's like if it gets a little bit more difficult, it's like come on, just fucking do the
it's
thing,
it's like we
right?
have to be
But
working
at the same
together.
time, yeah, you have people like me where it's like there's like that part where like you have to shoot nails so that like the wife can like jump across it, and I would be the one who would drop the nail as soon as they like jump to it. I would just pull it out because I'm fucking evil like that.
I'm looking through some of these games that were announced. I do not remember these. The Rise of the Golden Idol, Usual June, The Odd Gentleman. The Odd Gentleman revealed Harmonium. Okay, I do remember that one. That was the one about the deaf girl. It was a musical with a deaf girl, which I think is an
Oh
interesting
yeah.
concept. Um, Here we go. Dead Cell devs revealed Windblown. With that.
I think I should send you yours because mine's listed in a different order. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at the Polygon one that you were talking
Oh, you're
about.
looking at the Polygon one? Oh, okay. Wait,
What?
so where are we? Golden Idol, Usual June?
Usual June. I'm just scrolling real quick because like
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here on stream and just like watch these trailer agains to remind me.
Oh yeah, Odd
Once these
Gentleman.
once these games get closer to release or we see more about them, then there'll be something we're talking about. But they
Windblown, I think, look like free, uh, roguelike, multiplayer roguelike, right?
Windblown, I think is yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, what's going on? Vinyl's here.
Yo.
Dave the Diver and Dredge are getting across, coming next week, so they had a crossover. Uh, Again, this is like old news for some of this stuff. World of Goo
It's
2.
so funny, the like pixel, the wholesome pixel like messing with like Cthulhu fish. I
Yeah.
don't know. It sounds really interesting to me.
Did you
World
ever
of Goo looked cute.
Did you ever play the first one?
No,
When I was a kid,
unfortunately not. I never heard of it.
this was installed on all of the school computers. So like, it was either World of Goo or the video game for Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events, like the game based
Yeah.
on the movie from like 2005. So like, if you were just done with whatever assignment you had on the computer, whether it was like a typing thing, because we had some like typing class type thing, it was like you can just play a game. So I have weird fragmented memories of like the first 4 levels of World of Goo. I might look into it. It's not super for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what it folks behind the Persona series. That's right.
Yeah, it's
Metaphor.
just this looks so good, and I really want to play it, but Katsuro Hashino
Yeah.
is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And was like on the credits in the trailer for this. Like, do you understand how hard it is for me to not buy Persona?
Persona
Like,
3
I want to
Reload.
finally play Persona. Persona 3, I don't think has Japanese voices option, unfortunately, so I'd wait for Reload if I was gonna buy one. But do you know how badly I want to play Persona 5 in fucking Japanese so I can hear Tomokazu Sugita, because nobody plays it in Japanese except for the Japanese, and then I can't read all of it.
I know this is sort of the Venn diagram is that like we like this stuff, but I'm a dub person. Like, I love the sound of the dub voice actors. I think they do a great job, and
They do a great job, don't get me wrong, but like Tomokazu Sugita.
Sure.
Like, before we started, I was actually watching a Japanese stream of it, and I'm like, I've seen so much of the English dub that this sounds wrong, and I don't like it. Why does the Japanese sound wrong to me?
Contaminated.
This is awful.
Contaminated.
This is awful. I'm still going to play it in Japanese if I do buy it, but it's so hard to like... It's so hard to not buy it because it's fucking Persona, but it's so hard to buy it because Katsura Hashino.
I think, and I feel the same way about any media where like there's one person involved who's a problem. Don't let like one bad apple ruin the bushel. You know.
Yeah, but he's like the whole director, and like the reason why they're not putting the female protagonist in Persona 3 Reload, remember, is because he thinks women are unimportant. So why?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no.
And that's like the thing is just like it's probably not all of his does, but there's definitely a lot more people in Japan who agree with that sort of thing than there is in the West, because like Japan's on their way, right?
They're working.
They're on their way. They're catching up. It's just like once their boomer population dies, unfortunately, that's going to be like half the island. But you know, there might be a little bit more change, but just because the way they're like put so much stress on community is like people don't speak out enough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I just think, and don't get me wrong, like his views are bad. If you go back and look at some of his earlier games,
look at Catherine, right?
Yeah.
Like if you actually look at it like deep enough, amazing fucking game, but like the trans characters,
there are some things that were not handled well in Catherine. No. I definitely agree with you.
Given the time period it was from too, it was interesting enough that they put trans characters into that game, because Catherine Classic's actually like pretty old, right?
Catherine,
but the full bodied was like
full body was still like 2018.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And like, yeah.
Catherine game.
Hold on, Catherine. So Catherine full bodied was 2019, but Catherine
2011.
Yeah.
Catherine. So yeah, like, oh god, 13 years ago. Oh god. Oh god, 13 years ago.
Oh god. Yeah. It's kind of like, also, like, if you look at some of, like, the, interactions with the female protagonist in, like, Persona 3 Portable and stuff like that, some of the lines and everything like that, they're just like, excuse me, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, like, And like, I think the Persona games have a very spotty track record. You know, like there's Yosuke, or no, was it Yosuke that was supposed to be gay and then they made him homophobic? They swung the pendulum in Persona 4.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the what was his name?
I think it was Yosuke.
Yosuke? Oh, Yosuke. So Yosuke is like
No,
the
Yusuke is
yeah,
Persona
Yosuke.
5 and he is
Yeah,
according
Yosuke is Persona 4, but Yusuke is the artist from Persona 5.
yeah, and
We're talking P4.
yeah, and in Persona 5 Yusuke is I think confirmed
He's
bisexual?
he's
think
definitely like in there somewhere.
Yusuke is definitely not. I think Yusuke is confirmed at least like not hetero. But Yosuke in Persona 4, there was like dialogue found in the like files to where like it was possible that he could have been a like homosexual romanceable option for the male protagonist.
Yeah.
And then they swung the pendulum and instead made him really homophobic.
Yeah.
Which
Because there was like the guy who has like I forget his name now, but he's like the fucking tough guy. He's got like all of like like he can do like stitching and make plushies. Kanji. I was gonna say Kenji,
yeah.
but it's Kanji.
Yeah.
Kanji is best boy. He is absolutely amazing, right?
Yeah.
And even he like struggles with some of that stuff, which like
he's just like, I love baking.
it could have been written better.
He's like,
right?
I love baking. I love sewing. It's like, am I gay? And then like the end of his story is like, no, I'm just really in touch with my feminine side, but I still like women. It's like, okay.
We also had Naoto as well, who was like thought to be a boy, but like I know, I get it, like I do. I understand Naoto, but at the same time, I'm so mad we didn't get to see her bikini. I'm so fucking mad we didn't get to see her bikini. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
so upset. I got blue-balled hard there.
But yeah, so new RPG from the Persona people. It's probably going to play like Persona. It had some of that stylization. I think it will review well, and if I am ever going to play it, I will wait till it's on sale.
Yeah. Wait for a good sale. Maybe hope that Epic puts them on for free.
Oh my god. Matthew McConaughey and Exodus from ex-BioWare devs. There's a weird, there was a... They brought on a lot of... During the Game Awards, there were a lot of, like, oh, you're, like, a real actor. You know, like, you're a live action... Like, you're a Hollywood movie star, quote-unquote. Why are you here? Like, they did that a lot. And, like, HachuneMiu Liu was there, and they let him talk for, like, 5 minutes about how he broke his leg or tore his tendon or something, and they still, like, pushed the actual game developers off stage.
Yeah! They let the big stars ramble about themselves and talk about the ads, but then when Game of the Year was announced, and dude in the suit of armor was trying to dedicate it to people who died during the pandemic.
This was a game that was partially developed during the pandemic.
He was told to wrap it up. I'm
still so mad about that.
We need to reinstate E3 so that the Game Awards can actually be about the devs.
Yeah.
Like I was joking about like, you know, the one show a year we watch for the ads, but like I didn't realize, because this is the first one I've actually watched fully.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize how badly the treatment of the actual devs had gotten.
Yeah, it's not great. Milarian himself. Oh, Mr. Larian himself, Sven Finky?
Suit of armor, dude.
Suit of armor.
Remember how we were watching it and like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah,
what? Why is there?
Apparently,
did you see this?
Apparently he did put up on social media, he's like, hey, should I go to the Game Awards in a suit of armor? And people were like, yeah, but he only had like the breastplate.
He only had like the breastplate, yeah. I mean, if you're sitting in a chair for like 3 hours, you wouldn't really want like metal plating riding up your ass. Yeah, I know. You saw the next game. I saw your face.
I saw the next thing. So Can I talk about it?
Yeah, go, go.
God of War Ragnarok free DLC, God of War Ragnarok roguelike, Valhalla. I played some of this, and it pushes the good spots on my brain. This is it. Okay, so little minor spoilers for the story of this DLC because it was free. It came out like a month ago. I feel okay talking about it because if people who liked Ragnarok probably like played it, people who didn't particularly care probably don't care about minor spoilers, but it goes a little bit into old God of War stuff, like back in the Greece games. Like, one of the levels that you go to in this roguelike is almost a one-to-one recreation of a level from the first God of War game. And, like,
Ooh, that for God of War fans, honestly, the more I look at God of War and the more I look at the combat, even for the old games, I actually would have enjoyed it. It's just that when I was young and it was a thing, having sex in it really put me off, and I was like, I don't want to see nipples. I'm
the
like 13. I'm uncomfortable with this.
I replayed. So last year I got the platinum trophy in God of War 1, God of War 2, and Ragnarok. Or no, I played through 2023. It came out God of War Ragnarok came out in 2022. I played it in 2023. I'm still getting used to the fact that it's a new year. But I played a lot of God of War last
Hey,
year.
we haven't. Oh, I didn't do my fucking line because it's already almost February. I haven't seen y'all since last year. I am exactly that person.
Except you
I
have
went out with
because
my
we've
friend for New
done
Year's. Blair stayed home. The second I got home, I went to his room and I'm like, I haven't seen you since last year.
oh my god. Except you have because we've done
Oh wait,
Borderlands
yeah,
streams
that's
this month.
fuck
You
for the
missed you
podcast people, I guess.
Okay.
Whatever. I
But
tried.
like one little thing that I just love about it is this DLC. I have not finished the story yet for the DLC because it's a roguelike, so the idea is that you're going to be dying a lot before you make progress.
So
Um,
kind of Hades-ish.
kind of Hades-ish. It 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 does take place post game, so like I don't think it even allows you to access the Val because it's a thing you click on in the menu to be like, hey, do you want to play the Valhalla mode? I think it only unlocks after you beat the story, so that it isn't like spoilers if you haven't finished the game yet. But it pushes on
It
those
was
parts.
free too, right?
Yeah, it's free. It's free. Basically, like the thing about roguelike is if you like the gameplay, you can just keep playing it forever, right? You know, it's
Yeah.
but
That's what the Battle Frontier kind of felt like in Pokemon, which is kind of what I want back. I could play forever.
the just one before we move on because this is just
Yeah,
DLC. I don't
sorry.
want to. It's okay. I just don't want to spend too
Oh,
much
that's the
time
only
on
way
it.
I can like relate to you is like, I was just trying to relate. Hi, Blaze.
Yo, Blaze, what's going on? We're just talking things that were announced at the Game Awards, like to look forward to, and the God of War Ragnarok DLC does really good things for my brain. But the levels that they like one for one recreated, the things that they changed only because of the difference in gameplay. So like the level that they recreated from one originally was like a ramp.
Mm-hmm.
But God of War Ragnarok doesn't really have the same movement tech as because like there's no jumping or anything in the new God of War games. So
Um.
they changed it to this sort of step, like these sort of large step-based things that have like little uh, elevator type lift things that like push you up to the next level. Like everything they changed about it felt right for the gameplay, and it's just so good. It's just, and there's rumors that since they have all these assets now, and like they even recreated like the basic enemies from one, like it might not seem like much, but like they recreated the enemies from the first God of War game in the new engine, and the helmets are right, the swords are right. It's for me. It's for people who remember, and it feels so good. And there's rumors that they're working on a remake of God of War 1 in the new style, in the new like with the current gameplay stuff. I wouldn't say no to that. I just feel like it's very much of its time with, like you said, there's sex and stuff, and they would probably tone that down. But I mean, like,
Yeah, because like the new, I think, because back then it was like what Greek gods, and now it's like Norse
yeah,
gods.
Yeah,
So, like, the Greek gods thing I remember seemed, like, a little edgier and stuff like that, but even seeing the gameplay of, like, the other ones, like, it's, like, action, hack and slash action combat, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's very I believe it was partially inspired by like Devil May Cry, which had come out like a couple years prior. Um like
yeah, and it's kind of actually, like, up my alley, and now I wish, there's only, like, one God of War in Steam, it looks like.
that
Why
would
does
probably
it
be
have the
God of
Souls-like take? Not Souls-like.
um oh, God of War that would be God of War 2018, and it is kind of Souls-like.
Uh,
It's got like a reactionary combat, it's got like a dodge roll mechanic. Oh man, I would liken it more toward because it's more over the
oh wait,
shoulder and cinematic.
this is the Dad of Boy one.
Yeah, it's God of War 2018 is the first one of like the soft reboot. It's the like one before Ragnarok. Um,
Dad of Boy, yeah,
you
okay.
can get here's how I played them on PC. You can download the PlayStation Plus app that allows you to stream games, and then you can pay for the like subscription service, like the monthly subscription service to stream like the old ones. It has, I think, at least 1, 2, and 3. I don't think it has the prequel spin-off games. There were 2 prequel games for God of War, like before, one set before the first one and one set between 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was Ascension, which I think Ascension might be on there as well. Ascension is a weird one because it came out as the franchise was dying, and people were like, "This formula doesn't really work anymore. This is the 6th God of War game, and we're kind of tired of all this." And yet, the new Valhalla DLC, like the newest bit of God of War content, references Ascension, the one that nobody wants to remember. But they talk
Oh.
about it being, yeah, like the premise of Ascension is that Kratos has a brother, and they actually bring up like, "Hey Kratos, were you an only child?" And Kratos is
Is it
like, "No, I had a brother." And people were like, you're still talking about that one?" I don't know. I'm
that kind of gives me a little bit of like Dante and Virgil feels, because it's like, you know, Virgil probably wouldn't even realize he had a brother if they weren't so like close knit in the story and stuff like
mhm.
that. Because like Virgil doesn't even realize, like, it feels canon that Virgil doesn't even realize that he had sex and had a child.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't. It doesn't. He probably doesn't think it's canon. It's just like, what?
I don't know.
What is sex?
I'm done
There's no
talk
way I would have a child.
I'm done talking about it because I was thinking about it, and I legitimately think God of War Ragnarok might be my favorite video game ever. So I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
stop talking about it because I could talk about it forever. God of War isn't even my favorite franchise. I just think Ragnarok is one of the best experiences I've ever had with a game. It was 3 a.m. when I platinumed it, so I was just sitting in the dark crying.
Sounds about right.
I'm done talking about it.
Big
Un-
Walk.
Big Walk
I
by
just
House
got
House.
Entitled Goose Game actually, so I'm gonna finally fucking play it.
I never played it. It's one of those games like Dave the Diver or Pizza Tower. Like, it was an indie game that came out of nowhere, and like Untitled Goose Game, and people just fucking loved it. And I saw it, I'm like, oh, I get it. That's cute. That's fun. And I just never played it. I gotta get it. I gotta play it.
You would definitely like it because it's chaotic and chaos inspired puzzles, because it's like, how the fuck do I steal this thing from this person, and
I
that's as a
I've
fucking goose.
I've seen the goose with the knife in its mouth, and
Yeah.
yeah, and Big Walk just looks like more of the same, like really. I don't want to say like
Silly.
yeah, silly. I was about to call it like simple, but like it it knows what it is. I think House has
Like,
a very clear identity with the games they
simplistic but
make.
deep, right?
Yeah, like I think
Uh,
they know what they want to be. Oh, Prince of Persia: The Lost
exactly.
Crown. That is
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier.
yeah, and it's already out and it's reviewing well. The only issue I had with it is that they didn't record those voice lines. So, uh, yeah, the only issue I had is that they had those voice lines that they couldn't get somebody to record quick enough. So they just had AI say the voice lines, but they said they're gonna hire somebody to re-record those. I'll probably get it. I grew up with the 3D platform Prince of Persia games like Sands of Time,
Mm-hmm.
and the Sands of Time, Warrior Within, and there was a third one that I didn't play. But oh hey, look, we're finally done with that background thing. I gotta wait for this freaking ad. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, there's an ad.
Yeah, just we finally got through one of the like background music things.
Oh, BGM things, yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I tried to pick like a lot of like the ones that like loop really well and are like an hour long or something.
yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'll probably play it as soon as they, or I'll get it eventually once they do the update to get like a real voice actor.
Yeah,
Hellblade.
that'll be good.
Hellblade Senua's Saga. Did you ever play Senua's Sacrifice?
No, I never really looked into the Hellblade games, but I know that was like a big reveal.
I've heard incredible things about it. Okay, so I used to work at a GameStop. I used to work at a gaming store, and when you have people coming in, like there's like the crusty gamer stereotype. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like when even those people who like the Call of Duty people, when even they're coming in and being like, this game is like one of my favorite games ever. This game is incredible. Like, I think that speaks a lot to how, because like all over the gaming spectrum, people are like, this game is amazing. And it's about like a woman dealing with, traumas and I want to say like borderline personality disorder. She has like a lot of things going on, but she's from a time when they didn't have names for these conditions. She's from a very tribal medieval time, and it looks incredible. Again, this is a game that I've heard nothing but good things about. It's on my list. Haven't played it. My backlog is terrible.
Is it on PC or is it only on Game Pass? Let me see. I might wishlist it, actually look into it then.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'm clicking library, not store.
Oh man,
Hellblade 2. Senua's Sacrifice is like...
Yeah,
oh no, Senua's Saga is the next one, right?
Yeah,
so Sacrifice is the first one.
Sacrifice is the first one. Hellblade Senua's Saga is the one that like they announced.
It's only...
yeah, schizophrenia. That's her condition.
Wait, is this the VR version or is this just the regular version?
I think the regular version.
Schizophrenia.
I think the regular version has a VR version.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because it says includes Hellblade, Senua's... oh, and I wasn't reading it right. I can't read. What are words? Imi, walk on night, kiddo.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will definitely check that out, because like, I like action combat, so if I'm a little less picky about it having Japanese voice acting, there's ooh, a new atelier? Sorry.
No, just speaking of Japanese games, Unseen revealed action game Kemuri. Oh yeah, this was
Persona 3 Reload is going to be $89.99.
Fuck that. I will wait till it's on like super sale.
I will wait.
Yo.
Yeah. Yup.
But this was the Ikumi
well, that's
Nakamura
Canadian,
game.
right? So it's like,
oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
yeah, the Ikumi Kemuri. Yeah, I was looking at Kemuri. Kemuri means smoke, by the way.
I'm really happy for people who are excited about this. Unfortunately, when I was watching this, it stuck out to me more that Ikumi Nakamura came out to introduce the game. I love her. I think she brings a great energy.
Oh, yeah. Like, when she was talking about the art and stuff like that, that was sick. People don't know she got to talk about art, and the people who won didn't get to talk about shit. Not that I'm complaining about, like, being able to talk about art, because it's still about the devs, but at the same time, it's like, it's about the devs who paid for ad time, not the devs who built something that made an impact.
Yeah. I will wait for reviews. I will wait to see more about this game. But for the time being, Kemuri is not one that is immediately jumping out at me. I don't know. This seems like something that you'll look into, and I'll wait to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, the art direction really had me on hook for it, like, when she was talking about it.
Yeah, for sure. And my partner as well. She seemed like really into this, so I'll wait to hear
From
opinions.
us.
Yeah, I'll wait to hear
Yeah.
opinions from people who matter. Ori Team Moon Studios revealed No Rest for the Wicked, The Cage the Elephant game. I don't remember. I'm just gonna like look at this trailer
Yeah.
real quick. Nope, I do not remember this.
I don't remember this either.
Well, we'll wait to hear reviews for it. Again, it's like
isometric.
It's by the Ori team, and the Ori Will of the Wisp, Ori and the Blind Forest. Those are games that people love.
I don't dislike isometric because I played a lot of Diablo.
Oh yeah, Diablo 3 was.
Oh my god, I
shit.
grinded so much Diablo 3. I used to do all of the seasonal shit and I'd get almost everything. Except for like the very like top level impossible shit to finish. I would just be like, fuck, okay.
How did you?
I also had a social life.
Oh, I played Diablo. I'm trying to think about. I don't think I ever even. No, just never mind. Not important. The Sega Super
Diablo?
Dump. I was just mentioning that like I used to play Diablo 3, but I don't think I ever finished the story really. But I just.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Not even with Mario. I like to call him. I gave all of like the act bosses stupid nicknames. Like I called Malthael Maru, or Maru for some reason.
I made it to the last.
Asmodee was my husband because he was my main in HOTS. But like the story, I watched like the cinematics. I kind of got some of the story, but at the same time, because I didn't play 1 and 2, I was just like, I'm not sure if I'm going to understand most of this. Big demon guy is coming back from the dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just
got it.
Plot.
Kill him. Got it. Got it.
How do you feel about the Sega Super Dump? Just like, hey, we're one.
Good for people who like them. Like, now I finally get to see Jet Set Radio, because I know a lot of people who've talked about Jet Set Radio, but I haven't played any of those.
I feel like...
And, well, I know Streets of Rage 4 exists, so I guess going back to the classic can be exciting for some people. Crazy Taxi I've never really heard of. Golden Axe, Shinobi I think I heard of. Golden Axe, I don't know.
Golden Axe is one that I like. It's sort of a side-scrolling action game. I'm excited for the new Golden Axe. Jet Set Radio, I get why people love it. Like, the art and the music is amazing. I feel like...
Isn't Hi-Fi Rush supposed to be like a love letter to Jet Set?
Yeah. So, like, I feel like there might be some immediate comparisons between Jet Set Radio and Hi-Fi Rush, but...
I just wish the guy in the splash for the trailer didn't look terrified about the news.
Oh no! Jet Set Radio... Yeah,
Oh no, not Crazy Taxi.
Crazy Taxi is interesting to me because there are a lot of Crazy Taxi clones. Like, I love Simpsons Road Rage and Simpsons Hit and Run. And
I played one of those.
Simpsons Hit and Run was the one where you could like get out of the car and run around. It was very much like a GTA clone. I love that one. I played a little bit of Simpsons Road Rage on stream, just if I had like nothing really going on. But it is a Crazy Taxi clone. Like, that's what it got branded as. It's not a bad series. I'd be curious to see what innovation they do with it, because just making a new Crazy Taxi game I don't think will be enough. Same with like Jet Set Radio. Like, I feel like the gameplay of Jet Set Radio...
Oh, they're rebooting it, they're not...
It might be... Yeah, I don't know, like Jet Set Radio,
I feel like they should also just port the old one, maybe, just so that, like... I don't know. Well, they're not gonna... Just the same way that, like... They didn't put Super Mario RPG on the Nintendo Online because they were remaking it and selling it for full price, so I doubt Sega would do that, because then people will just buy the old one.
I feel like stylistically Jet Set Radio still holds up really well, but I feel like people are looking at it with rose-tinted glasses in terms of the gameplay. I feel like it's really clunky compared to modern gaming, like, standard. I feel like...
Yeah,
because there wasn't really a game like it before, they didn't know how to not program, but they didn't know how to map the controls. And with modern gaming,
and technology was like a lot less flexible, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm excited for a new Jet Set Radio that will be, you know, with modern... Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, keep talking.
yeah, no, I'm just excited for a new Jet Set Radio with modern like gameplay sensibilities. You know, you can maybe change the controls, map your own controls. Yeah,
That would be good.
I'm excited for a lot of these. Shinobi's the one franchise here I've not played. Even like Crazy Taxi, Streets of Rage, I've played like a couple times over at like a friend's apartment. But like Shinobi's the one. It's a side-scrolling ninja game, so I feel like there's
Nothing new.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a couple, like The Messenger, I feel like was like the most recent like big version of that. But even then that was like a more indie game. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of these games were really creative and really interesting when they first came out. It's going to take a lot of innovation for them to stand out again. I don't think like Shinobi, Streets of Rage, Crazy Taxi, I don't think these games can survive on brand recognition alone.
Yeah. I mean, like, if they're able to update some of the controls from, like, clunky old times, then it'll definitely help getting, like, younger generations who are only... Because, like, you can't really send people who, like, played, like, Final Fantasy X and up... Well, maybe 10 you can, but, like, people who started at, like, Final Fantasy 13 to 15 and stuff like that, you can't really send them back to 7 and expect them to understand what they're doing or know what they're doing. Except... To be fair, 7 did have a lot of, like, obtuse and clunky things. Like, when you're Tifa and you're locked in the chair and you're trying to pick up... I had to get my ex to do that. I couldn't fucking do it. I was sitting there for half an hour like, why can't I pick up these fucking keys with her feet? How am I supposed to do this? This is obtuse as fuck.
But Final Fantasy 7 has been getting... Like, it had the first half of that remake come out, and the second half of Final Fantasy 7... Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, I think, is the next part of the remake coming out. It's the most anticipated game of the year coming up. I feel like the big shift for Final Fantasy was between 6 and 7, going from... Because 6 was, you know, sort of the... Still that
last pixely.
Yeah. I love Final Fantasy 6. I think 6 is really good. That's where Kefka comes from. And I think Kefka's...
Isn't that the Onion Knights game, or is that 4?
When you say Onion Knight, I only think of Dark Souls, or Bloodborne. Onion is 4.
Onion is 4? Okay. Wait, what was his name for 6? What was the protagonist's name for 6?
Oh, don't do this to me. I renamed...
All of this information I know from Dissidia, by the way. Like the Warrior of Light, the reason why I know that they're named the Warrior of Light is because Hera. Ah, okay.
I rename characters in 6, so it's been the only characters I can think of are the ones you don't get to rename. Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero. Pretty. Do you care about the next Dragon Ball fighting game?
Exciting for people who do, if it's anything like Budokai.
The Budokai Tenkaichi series gets a visual upgrade, new entry. So yeah, this is just the next Budokai game. Good for them. Happy for them. Moving on.
Horror game, moving on.
Oh yeah, Dead by Daylight. If it's a solo game, that'll be interesting. Supermassive Game comes a new single player. Okay.
Solo walking simulator, or running simulator.
I played Dissidia Final Fantasy, which is why I know protag and antag names at all. Visions...
I played Dissidia back on, like, the PSP before it was released in English, so I had to just get, like, the, you know, when you were, like, able to mod your PSP and just download anything onto your memory stick. So I did that, and I had to... I remember one time I wiped my data by accident because I was fucking around in the menu.
Rip.
And I couldn't read kanji or kana as well as I can now. But yeah, that's where I know majority of their names is from, like, yeah, the Japanese Dissidia.
Square Enix announces a new Mana game. I am really happy for Mana enjoyers, like Trials of Mana, Secrets of Mana. I have a couple friends that are really into, like, those games. I'm just happy that this is a franchise that people like and it's not dead.
That series, yeah.
Yeah. Rise of Ronin. Oh yeah, this was the one that looked like
Ghost of Tsushima?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a historical action, so I mean...
Yeah, not to take anything away from Rise of the Ronin, but it did just remind me of Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
Oh, it's by
I
Koei
never
Tecmo.
played Tsushima though. My issue with Tsushima is that like for the English dub, like and like I understand, yeah, oh no, she's talking about English dubs again. Why are you gonna have an English dub where they have like the Japanese/Asian accents, but they don't say Shogun properly?
I
Like they have the accent. Like if they're speaking with an accent, then that means that accent comes from them speaking the language.
that
So why aren't they saying the one word in their language
that is the
correctly?
that is the one game I played in the original Japanese. It's by a Western studio, but I played it in Japanese because
Okay.
I wanted to be invested in the like historical accuracy of it because it's by the same people who made Infamous and Sly Cooper, so like
Oh,
yeah, it's by Sucker Punch, and so they put like
interesting.
they spent years, like a lot of time and love went into
All for them to say Shogun.
yeah, no, like I don't know. I wish I'd given that game more time. I played it for a few hours and I was like, "Oh, this is awesome. I get it." And then something came out and I was like, "Oh, this is the game I've been waiting for. I'm going to play this."
Yeah, that happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think playing through games on stream will definitely like help me stick with them. Like I'll probably play through Ghost of Tsushima on stream at some point. Again, just throw it on the pile.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's something to go back to.
Yep. Kojima
Another thing to go back to.
Another thing to go back to. Kojima Productions teased Overdose. Oh man. Oh, Kojima.
So
You're
like
insane, man.
I'm just going to be the person to put it out there. I know that like Kojima no longer works for Konami, but there is no reason why he couldn't. Who was the person he was supposed to collab with again? Quentin Tarantino?
Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro. That's it. There is no reason why they can't do a collab and just make something different instead. There's nothing stopping them now.
I mean, yeah.
Like, Konami is a free... Kojima's a free agent. Del Toro can do whatever he wants as well. There's no reason why they can't just collab for something else.
Yeah, just not
Since everybody
Silent
wanted that collab in the first place. Yeah, it just doesn't have to be Silent Hill.
Yeah.
They could take like the same fucking... You know what I mean? I'm just gonna put that out there.
No, I agree with you 100%. And this one, OD Overdose, looks like revealed that the filmmaker Jordan Peele is Quiet Mountain, exactly. Jordan Peele
from Key and Peele being like a horror director kind of threw me off.
It is insane because I liked Key and Peele, and then seeing the direction that their careers went into, like Keegan-Michael Key is still a comedy like actor. He still does some like commercials, he does some comedy movies here and there, and then Jordan Peele becoming like Academy Award level, like nope, Us, what was it, Us or Them? I think it was Us. But like Get Out, like he has immediately pivoted into such a successful and respectable, like his very small catalog of movies he's done are like already being lauded as like, oh, this is an instant classic. Like Get Out, when it came out, was like, oh, this is... Keegan has fell off hard. Yeah, and it's insane to me. I used to really like him, but it feels like he just gets picked up as a name now.
That's unfortunate.
He did more in the Mario movie than Chris Pratt did. At least he was kind of doing a voice.
I should watch that.
I watched it.
I want to watch it for Jack Black. Jack Black! So are you excited to be Bowser?
Jack Black was the best part of the movie, but there's no surprise there.
Yeah, but Jack Black's always the best part of almost always the best part of the movie.
I need to use the restroom real quick. Find the next thing that you're excited to talk about. I'll be right back.
Let me...
I'm really excited for Black Myth Wukong, and Patches is too.
Yeah, no, I've seen some of that. It actually does look really cool, but I don't know if I'll ever... Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Okay, so... I guess I'm just going to ramble about Final Fantasy for a little bit, because it's like... I guess I still have, like, that sort of, like... nostalgia problem, where it's like... the fact that they're changing so much of the story, like you don't really see anything. You hear about Sephiroth, but you don't really see much about Sephiroth in like the first disc, right? And it's like if they're doing like the same 3 disc thing, sure, okay, cool. And a lot of it still kind of like follows some stuff. There's a lot that they added for that like makes me really happy, like Cloud doing a fucking rhythm game dancing thing. I'm just like, yeah, slay, you go girl. Like I fucking the game is so pretty, but like I still need to finish Remake. I don't have the money to buy it right now, and I was playing it on my friend's PlayStation 4 or my old roommate's PlayStation 4, and like he moved out, so I don't have access to the game right now. There's just like, I don't know if they're changing it to make it coherent or if they're just trying to do something else and linking it to the old game, because like that's kind of what it feels like, some sort of weird continuity thing where it's just like alternative timeline, time loop, something weird like that. But at the same time, I don't have enough of the story. But the game is so fucking pretty. Like, and the other thing about like Final Fantasy VII is like they had these characters this pretty back in like 2006 when they made Advent Children, right?
Yes.
Like, it's just so pretty.
No,
I'm a little worried about the story once I finally get to sit down with, like, I guess all 3 of them by the time I'm able to afford it. And play, and be like, okay, how does this, like, compare to the story? Am I supposed to just forget about the original 7, and this is the new 7? Is there, like, some sort of continuity, is basically what I was saying, that sort of thing,
I have always been of the mindset that a remake doesn't destroy the original. Like, I am not as big a fan of the Ratchet and Clank remake from 2016, 2017. Like, I'm not as big a fan of that one as I am of the original from, like, 2002. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I can go back and play the original. But It sounds like, so, full disclosure, you can burn me at the stake now if you want. I've never played Final Fantasy VII. It's one of the most, like...
haven't. It's way too obtuse. You wouldn't...
Oh, yeah.
The way you say you don't like JRPGs and stuff like that, it's, like, one of the most obtuse JRPGs you can get into.
But it's also one of the most, like, lauded video games ever. Like, it's always on the list of, like, this is the video game of all time.
I will admit it's slightly overrated, but, like...
Hated it. Oof.
It's...
I don't think...
It feels like the further we progress in video gaming, the more niche old Final Fantasies like that feel, but like I feel like 7 was just the pioneer of the time.
Yeah, and 8 was not great. 8, from what I understand, was not a great follow-up. Like, 7 is still considered better, but I mean, like, 8 gave us Squall.
8 looked a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 7 gave us Cloud! And Zack!
Yeah,
and Sephiroth, and Barrett. We wouldn't have church preaching Barrett of today if we didn't have the pixelated fucking polygon Barrett of yesterday. Okay? It's the only reason I want to play in English, because I love Cloud's Japanese voice actor too much. I love him too much. Every time I hear him in any other anime, I'm just like, Genkai Okoeru, because that's his Japanese, that's what he says in Smash, right? Like, it's such a hard decision. I wish I could pick and choose who speaks Japanese and who speaks English, because it's all Japanese. Believe in the planet! Fucking whatever he says. I would love that. That would be stupid. I would love that.
From what I understand about the difference between Final Fantasy VII Remake, Retrograde, like the Final Fantasy VII Remake that's been coming out, and the original, is that, from what I understand, in the remake...
Green was 4 discs, and Final Fantasy VII was 3 discs.
8 was...
Oh, 8 was 4 discs.
Yeah, 8 was 4 discs. I had it growing up. My parents... I grew up with, like, gamer parents, and my dad liked Final Fantasy 8 and didn't like 10, which I think is a very interesting... When you hear about the Final Fantasy games people love, 10 is also very high on the list of, like, this was a good one. There's just a couple, like, really early game things that people make fun of, like Tidus laughing, but, you know.
Yeah, I feel like the English in that is good enough, but I really want to play the Japanese, because I don't like the laugh.
Fun fact, Mr. Laugh himself, the voice actor for Tidus in 10, is the same voice actor as Ratchet for Ratchet and Clank.
Oh wow.
James Arnold Taylor. He is very prolific, and I love his stuff. I think he's great. He's also Johnny Test from the very memed Johnny Test series.
Oh my god.
With all the whip
I
cracks.
love Johnny Test.
With all the whip cracks. Yeah, no, very prolific. I love him. But from what I understand in the remake, there's some like talk about like Destiny and that the events from the original game are known to some people, and they're trying to subvert Destiny to be like, the remake, we're gonna make sure, like, the people in the game are like, we're gonna try and make sure that that doesn't happen, like the bad.
And 7 remake?
Yeah, just some of the stuff I've heard.
So it's like super fucking meta.
Yeah, from what I understand, the remake is kind of meta in some of its like foreshadowing, and that they're trying to make sure, and again, like, this is just me hearsay upon hearsay, I have not played either of them, so I think there's room for it to tell its own story, but it could also be like this really poetic, like almost opera levels of like irony and drama if the same, like, you know, bad stuff still happens, like if that really famous character death still happens. Like, it could be, like, really melodramatic, and it could, like,
everybody knows Earth dies.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It's okay.
Like, it could be super poetic and cool if that still happens.
It was
like,
30 years ago. We all know by now.
Yeah. But if they're trying to be like, we have to make sure she doesn't... Hell's gated her ass. But, like, to be like, we have to make sure she doesn't die, you know? And then, like, if that still, like, happens in a different way, that could be really poetic and really cool. I would be a big fan if they did that, but I don't know.
Final Fantasy VII was 30 years ago.
Do you feel
in
old?
3 years it'll be 30 years ago.
In 3 years, yeah. 1997. Are you okay?
My mom had that game. I played it as a kid.
It's okay.
Whatever. Kids today can't read. They can't say shit.
If it
they literally can't read. They're in 7th grade and they need to do like phonics with some of these kids. It's bad.
I hate this iPad kid generation. If it makes you feel
Skibbity toilet.
Skibbity toilet. Oh my god, wait, what was...
Then again, like, we can't really talk about... Well, I can't really talk about, like, Skibbity toilet that much because that just looks like Gary's Mod bullshit. And do you know how much Gary's Mod bullshit I laughed at? Like, Half-Life, Full-Life Consequences, if anybody knows that fucking video.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, you do? Oh my god,
yeah.
Somebody who knows it. Yeah, like, when I was a kid, I don't know why, I never even played Half-Life, didn't know shit about Half-Life. Half-Life, Full-Life Consequences was fucking hilarious, okay?
I'm trying to remember. I need... Hang on. So, yesterday, my partner and I went to the store for groceries, and there was a... there was something when we were at checkout. We were at the self-check and scanning things in, and there was... something that came up, like something when we scanned it in, the like code for it, like the SKU code for it was like, it was like SKU and then like 1B, like it looked like it could have been like Skibbity. I just pointed at the self-check thing, looked at her, I'm like, Skibbity, and she's like, I really can't with you right now, I'm so tired. Please, why would you do this to me? I just pointed at the subject like, Skibbity!
That's amazing. That's exactly the kind of thing I would do. Oh my god, I would just be like... I would know it kind of irks somebody and I would just point it out. I'm just like, hey, what a coincidence.
Oh my god, it's a great time. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII. Where are the other... What other games?
Jurassic Park Survival would be after Kojima.
Yep, okay. I like Jurassic Park. I think that franchise should be allowed to die. It had I'm gonna say it had 3 good movies of the 6 movies that are out.
They still refuse to do Feathers.
They still refuse to do what?
Feathers, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that's just like the aesthetic though, because like the original author of the books, like Jurassic Park and I think Lost World.
It was before we discovered that, I know.
Yeah, and he has come out and said like, yeah, if I were to write them now, they wouldn't be scaly, they would have feathers. I want to be scientifically accurate. Michael Crichton has always been really good about that. But I mean, like, I'm here for like classic scaly dinosaurs. I think it looks cool. If Dragon ever shows up in chat, Dragon is a huge like scientifically accurate like dragon nerd being like, these ones would have feathers, these ones wouldn't. These ones, and I like that T-Rex.
I get that.
That's
I used to be really, really into dragons. Like, my thing used to actually be drawing dragons. I kind of want to get back to it this year. So, like, I was thinking, like, back on, like, the Dragonology handbooks and stuff like that, and being like, which ones would I draw with... Yeah, like gargoyles and Asian long dragons and all that stuff. Like, I used to draw that. Like, that used to be my art style for dragons, is like stuff like that with every little scale, and even having like a rim of like gold around each scale and shit like that. I can't wait to get back into it because I fucking love those books and I want them to be relevant again. I knew how to write dragon runes. I remember when I first was in a foster care and like contact with my mom was limited. I know this is kind of depressing, but like I used to write her letters in dragon runes because I didn't want like the child services company to like read our letters. So I just write them in dragon runes for her. And like at her house she had like a fucking at mom's house she had like a thing like on the fridge that like had like the decipher like this is A, this is B. And stuff like that. That's how fucking heavy I was into those books.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you just like blew me back to like, I don't even like, what year did those start coming out? I haven't thought about Dragonology.
I was 10, so it might have been like I was like 10 at the time when I was in foster care and stuff like that. It might have been around the age. Actually, wait, it might have been like a more 11 and 12. No, because there was also Wizardology, so it was at least in between like 2001 and 2004, or 2000 to 2004. Because I'm pretty sure 2001. No, because I remember the 9/11, and then after that was...
When was Dragonology? Well, I remember 9/11, so...
Some people it's being taught as history, and I'm just like, now I know I'm old.
Yeah.
What is it? Fucking... It was the handbook specifically.
Yeah, I remember there was like...
2000, okay, it was 2005. Yeah, I was 12, not 10, but... Yeah, it was around that. Because there's a Dragonology book. The one thing that irks me though is I had the Dragonology handbook, but the Dragonology book, the dragon runes are different.
So it's like an inconsistent alphabet?
Yeah, kind of.
Rip.
It was a little annoying. And Wizardology had its own runes as well, but I never really got into the Wizardology, just Dragonology.
It looks like we're about halfway through this article of like all the new things that were announced and shown off.
Wukong time?
Wukong.
Oh, there's I saw a thing on Twitter, I don't know if it's real, but apparently there's like a job where you get to dress up as Wukong, and they kind of just stuff you in a walk and into like between rocks, and like people will hand feed you fruit and stuff.
What the hell are you
It's
talking
like a tourist
about?
thing in China.
Okay.
Let me see.
You sound like a crazy person, so you dress
I sound like a crazy person.
You dress up as a monkey man, and then they put you in rocks, and then people... This sounds like a zoo.
Hold on,
I'm just imagining, did you ever watch the, like, original Teen Titans show? From, like, 2005?
Yeah, I did, actually. I liked it. I don't like the little chibi thing. Even though the chibi thing got really meta, it kind of crossed over with the old one. I thought that was fucking hilarious, but...
Oh yeah, I think Teen Titans Go has some very funny moments. I hate that it is, like, overshadowing the original. But again, like, the remake isn't destroying the original. But,
yeah, there's an actual thing in China. You can be paid $1,000, like, Chinese dollars, to dress up as Sun Wukong and be fed by tourists for up to 3 hours at a time.
I mean...
I'm not crazy!
This just sounds like humiliation and pet play to me, but with extra steps.
And extra money.
Yeah, I mean, but, again, so...
You're saying you wouldn't dress up as Monkey and eat banana for, like...
Hang on, Chinese yuan to USD, you said 1,000...
It says S dollar 1,000, so I don't know what the S is.
Well, if it's 1,000 Chinese yuan, that's 140 USD for 3 hours?
Yeah, and they might try to feed me bananas. I don't like bananas.
Oh, I love bananas.
And I
So
don't. My mom used to put them in cereal, and I was just like, no, I don't want to drink your cereal milk. I don't like it.
Sun Wukong, Black Myth Sun Wukong, or Black Myth Wukong is just what it's called. It was a game that Patches showed me a few months ago, and I was like, yo, this looks sick. And he's like, yeah, this was shown off, years ago at some game conference, and then we haven't heard anything since. And, like, that year, like, that game
Is it being
award...
developed by, like, China?
Yes, so from what I
Okay,
understand...
so it's gonna have a lot of, like, really good accuracy, mythological accuracy.
From what I understand, China wants a bigger position in the world stage of video games. So this is a sort of, I don't want to say like Chinese propaganda to get people to like look into like Chinese mythos and stuff, but they're using their history and mythos to develop games for the world market that would like appeal. And mythology is a very like
I love
universal...
Chinese mythology. The thing is
Yeah.
that, like, Chinese mythology penetrates, like, Korean and Japanese as well. Because, like, if you've heard of Genbu, Suzaku, Byakko, and, Genbu, Suzaku, Byakko, and Seiryū, that's Chinese. There's a lot of other things, like, I think there's, like, the bird that carries the sun on its back, is also part of Japanese lore. That's, like, also Chinese. I think even Tengu come from China. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
but there's like a lot of it in like a lot of Asia.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say this is one that I'm really excited for, and this was on top of like everything. Basically, Patches was eating very well during the Game Awards. I think there was like 5 or 6 things that he was just talking about before the Game Awards that got like shown off that he's excited for.
There's Genbu right there. There's a giant turtle in the water. That's probably Genbu. I'm not sure what the Chinese name is for it, but it's just like literally the symbols of north, south, east, west. So I am interested, if anything, just for the mythology.
Yeah, and I think the gameplay looks super tight. Again, that's one that I'm gonna keep an eye on.
I just hope it's not Souls-like. I hope it's like action combat. I hope it's like more like God of War, like action combat. I hope it's not Souls-like.
It does look very God of War.
Yeah.
And you've got Sun Wukong's big growing stick.
Uwu?
No. He has the staff thing that the one power of the staff is just that it elongates.
I bet it does.
Look,
expansion rod.
I need everybody to calm down. I need everybody here to take a cold shower. All of you, horny jail. Suicide Squad game.
Not a chance. You can talk about that if you want. I wanted to watch Suicide Squad because I almost doxed specific information about myself. There is a reason why I wanted to go see the first Suicide Squad movie, and then I was kind of like really happy that I didn't, because apparently it was really bad.
It's an Academy
Jared
Award
Leto
winning movie.
Joker.
It's an Academy. It won Academy Award for best.
But Jared Leto Joker.
So it didn't win for anything like in terms of like the overarching like movie or like the performances. It won for best makeup because Killer Croc was done really well in that movie. Killer Croc looked really cool, and it was like all like prosthetics on him. It wasn't like a lot of CGI. Just looked good, and it won an Academy Award for that. So David Ayer's Suicide Squad is an Academy Award winning movie. This has nothing to do with that.
That guy.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with that. This is a standalone.
But he doesn't have a snoot. Why is he a croc? He doesn't have a snoot.
It's Killer Croc has had various looks depending on like the artist. Like sometimes he'll
You're a croc, you need a snoot.
Sometimes he will have a snoot, sometimes he won't. Sometimes he'll be 10 feet tall, sometimes he's like the size of just like a normal person. It really depends on the art and the artist. For this one,
Does he get boops when he has a snoot?
No, because he would eat the people. he eats people.
No, has anybody ever gone up to him and be like, "Look, I know you're evil and everything, but like, can I boop your snoot?"
There was
Do you like belly rubs? Don't you think he might just be like, "Wait, belly rubs"? He'd be like, "What the fuck?" Okay, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. And then like he becomes good because the belly rubs.
No, because he's a sentient person. I don't think belly rubs.
Yeah, he just needs love.
And there was a storyline in the animated Batman the Animated Series where he got love. There was a
Did they rub his belly?
no, there was
Because it's like a scaly crop belly. I'd love to rub a scaly crop belly.
You are more than welcome to. But for this
I gotta
game,
go to Florida.
I can give you a million reasons not to go to Florida, and all of them are headlines that begin with Florida man.
Yeah. Now to be a Canadian woman tries to rub crocodile belly and gets eaten. There's gotta be a change up somewhere.
Somewhere. So the Suicide Squad game, I don't have very high expectations for. I'm really burned out on a lot of superhero stuff, and anytime they try to do like, oh, this is gonna be like an online multiplayer type situation.
Yeah, we saw what happened with Marvel and then Guardians of the Galaxy that was supposed to have online multiplayer. The thing is just like there's so many games that it's just like you choose a character role and then you just play along that have like succeeded. I don't know how Square Enix failed so bad with that.
If you're under 16, you can't be on social media anymore if you live in Florida.
Honestly,
Weird.
that sounds like a good thing to me. Just it's like some of the shit I've seen that we're not gonna get into. That like, you know, teenagers should not be doing, saying, or posting.
The reason I think so. Not to get too in the weeds with politics, but Florida passed a lot of really yucky laws in the past year in terms of what is and isn't allowed to be taught in schools. And I feel like that whole, if you're under 16, not allowed on social media, might be a ploy to sort of shut them off from the outside world, in that they won't pick up any of these ideas that they don't want being taught in schools from the outside world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Now I see the flip side. Like, in general, there's a lot of shit that people shouldn't, that 16-year-olds should not be having access to, not be talking about, and not be posting. But when it comes to... Yeah, okay. I get it.
Yeah. But I have very low expectations for the Suicide Squad game. The most recent other DC game that came out was Gotham Knights, which was... all of Batman's sidekicks were playable characters, like Batwoman, Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood, I think were the 4 playable characters. And
Nightwing, like, from the TV show?
Yeah.
Isn't he supposed to be, like, from, like, 2070-something, though?
No.
I thought Nightwing was from, like, the future, and Bruce was dead.
So that... I'm assuming you're talking about the episode of Teen Titans where Starfire goes to the future?
No, I just have very little memory of the show, even though I watched a lot of it, because I thought Bruce... Oh no, Bruce was, like, old man and teaching him.
Yeah, so...
okay, sorry, it's, like, early 2000s is the last time I thought about that sort of show.
I actually just like started rewatching it recently. I love Teen Titans. It's like the best design we've ever gotten for Cyborg, and they never use it again, and I'm so pissed about it. But the first Robin grows up to be Nightwing. The second Robin gets beaten to death by the Joker, resurrected, and becomes Red Hood. Third Robin becomes...
Wait, resurrected?
Yeah. In DC... Okay. In DC Comics, there are these things called the Lazarus Pits, which are basically, you throw a body in there and they come back to life. One of his like ongoing nemeses is a guy named Ra's al Ghul, and he has lived for like thousands of years because he keeps dipping himself in this Lazarus Pit that's like underneath his mansion. But Ra's al Ghul takes Jason Todd's body, the second Robin, dips him in a Lazarus Pit, and is just like, I'm gonna fuck with Batman by like making his disciple Robin evil, or, you know, I'm gonna make him the guy that Batman should be. And it's the Red Hood is basically Batman but uses guns. He's like more anti-hero. I don't know.
Can I say my hot take for Batman?
Yeah.
After everything we've seen with Joker and however many times he got out of Arkham Asylum, and no, I don't care about Commissioner Gordon, and I don't care about the police, and I don't care about the legality. I swear to God, even if Commissioner Gordon himself doesn't, which he probably would, and I am right on this, at least like the police department would look the other way if Batman just killed Joker. Half of his problems would be solved. Even all of the other people who get out of Arkham Asylum, they get out because of the Joker. If he just actually just like fucking gets rid of his I'm not gonna kill people, I'm just gonna throw them in jail thing, and just fucking kills Joker, half of his problems would be over with. Like, if Killing Joke was canon and it was Batman who would kill Joker, and like not because and he did kill him at the end.
Yeah.
Like if Killing Joke was canon, then like I guess you wouldn't have very many Batman plots left. I get that, but at the same time, logistically speaking, everybody would turn the other way. Nobody would care because Joker's the one blowing up buildings, costing the city hundreds of dollars to like fucking reconstruct them and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Even just for like tax and like, you know, fucking city building purposes and all that shit. Like, everybody would look the other way. Nobody would say shit. He would just drown in the he would just be killed, you know, attach a cinder block to his foot, go down to the bottom. I love Joker, don't get me wrong. I don't really want Joker to die. I'm just saying, like, after what is it, 100 years of Batman? Almost? Yeah. Right? Like, am I wrong? Okay, killing is... Okay, yeah, but, like, Joker does it, and Joker doesn't stop. Joker always there's no way to contain the Joker except for killing the Joker.
Yes. Congratulations, like,
you know what I mean?
Found the crux of the problem.
It's a plot hole, right? And it's just like, people argue me, oh, you can't do that. Like, Commissioner Gordon wouldn't look the other way, he'd arrest Batman. Yes, he would. You know how much of a thorn in his side the Joker is? You know how much Commissioner Gordon has to hear about it when he fucking breaks out of Arkham Asylum for the umpteenth time in the fucking row? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just stupid at this point.
So...
I love it! I love Batman, but, like, it's just stupid at this point. Okay, I'm done.
Are you okay? You good?
Yes, I have this argument with my roommate a lot because he's just like, no, like, Batman would, like, get arrested. Who's gonna fucking arrest Batman?
If they wanted to arrest Batman, they would do it just for the vigilanteism, just for making them look bad at being cops.
Yeah.
Like, if they wanted to arrest Batman for anything, it would just be like, he's obstructing justice, but they... Like, you could talk about... I know you said you don't care about the cops, but, like, there's that whole discourse of, like, oh, but Batman is helping us, oh, but he's also a criminal, like... There are characters in Batman
always like that whole thing, right? But I mean, like the cops that care about like the city and shit, because I know like in the point of like Gotham is the entirety of it is corrupt, right? I get that.
Can't arrest Batman. He has a bat out of jail free card from Batnopoly.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah,
he could pay his own bail. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's. No, I agree that it's like a huge stain on Batman just to trying to uphold this idea of, you know, it's like, oh, but if I cross that line, if Batman kills, if I cross that line, I'll never come back. Like,
yeah, but even the United States, apparently the federal law is pulling out the death penalty against that person who did the shooting in Buffalo.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think, hear me out, I think Batman should go to therapy.
That too.
I think Batman needs help. I think Batman... I don't know.
Okay, but if Batman goes to therapy, Joker's just gonna, and like starts making progress, Joker's just gonna come and like kidnap his therapist or some shit. So kill Joker, then go to therapy.
So there was a really good, there was one of the only good recent Batman runs that there's been was a series called Batman White Knight, where Joker actually gets rehabilitated into an upstanding citizen. He runs for district attorney as Jack Napier, like Joker's real identity. He runs for district attorney, and he's like, I'm gonna still fight Batman, but I'm fighting Batman on the side of the law. And he's like one of those politicians that's like, we need to stop the Batman, and it's really good. Like, it's only like 8 issues long. Batman is one bad day away from becoming Batman. I mean, his one bad day was when his parents got shot. Like, talking about one bad day.
Yeah, really.
But anyway,
what do you think of the backstory for the Waynes and like the Mrs. Wayne thing?
Mrs. Wayne
in the Twilight vampire version of Batman? Because as far as I know, some of that's like a little different. The way, like,
Okay.
you know, Mr. Wayne went to, like, the mafia guy and was, like, just, threatened this person a little, and then the person got killed, and there was, like, that whole thing. Like, that whole thing from the movie. Because as far as I know, that's, like, kind of, like, different from how they've told, like, the background of the Waynes before. You know how, like, Martha was in a insane asylum or something like that? The one with Robert Pattinson, that one.
Oh,
I don't know how different it is.
I saw that movie once. I thought it was cool, but way too long. Oh, okay. No, it's coming back to me. I know what you're talking about.
What do you think? Okay.
I think it's interesting storytelling to give a little more depth because they keep trying to prop up Thomas Wayne as, like, this almost
the ultimate philanthropist.
Yeah, like this almost unreachable level of, like, he was the perfect man. Like, he gave to charities. He was a doctor who, like, I don't think he worked for free, but that's how they made it sound. It's like he would operate on the homeless for free. Like, so, like, I feel like that is how this, like, perfect paragon of society. That's how Bruce remembers his father, because he was like 8. So he's constantly trying to live up to this, like, almost non-existent version of his father. So, like, I don't know, making Thomas Wayne flawed felt right, especially for, like, the tone of the movie, being like, oh, maybe Thomas Wayne, like, it was a little melodramatic to be like, but my father was perfect. What do you mean Thomas Wayne did a bad thing and talked to the bad man? It's like, how do you think the rich get rich? Like, of course your dad's gonna have ties to illegal criminal activity. How do you think the rich get rich, idiot?
Yeah. It was like, and even then it was like kind of, trying to expose Martha, who used to be in an insane asylum, and then, like, he's just like, listen, just, like, get this, like, reporter to shut up, and then the reporter was killed.
Oh my
right?
God.
Where he was just, like, desperate to protect his wife, and then ask the wrong person.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, his wife's image, I think, was the way that
I read it.
What's the butler's name again? Alfred?
Alfred, yeah.
Yeah, it was the way that Alfred kind of described it, I guess, and it was like... So then, because he went to the wrong person, they had, like, Thomas Wayne in the palm of their hand because of that and all this shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, it was a really interesting, like, dark take on it, whereas, like, they usually just always, from what little I know, because I don't really read the comics so much, just, like, like what you said, like, the perfect people, right? So I kind of like that. And at first it was just, like, he's a kid, what the fuck? But then it's also, like, the nitty-gritty of Batman becoming Batman, and learning how to be Batman, and, like... I thought that was really interesting, instead of Batman already being Batman.
Yeah, it was very, Batman Year One, like, still trying to figure everything out and stuff.
Yeah. I heard Year One was really good, somebody lent it to me, but then I never ended up reading it. I never got around to it.
We're getting really lost in the weeds here. Batman Suicide Squad video game, I have very low expectations for. It's coming out, February 2nd, so, like, next week. Yeah, it's coming out a week from today. Very low expectations. I think it's going to be dead on arrival. I think it's going to be full of microtransactions for cosmetics, and there's going to be no support for the actual bugs for the game. But they're going to keep updating it with new cosmetics. I think they announced that there's going to be a, like, there's gonna be a season pass, and it's like, oh, for the first season of this online game, you can get the Joker as a playable character, which immediately, if you tell me that for your game, that there's gonna be for season 1, you can unlock, like, I'm not gonna play your game. I'm not gonna play this. It's gonna die.
As soon as you introduce seasons, yeah.
Yeah. That's what happened with, Avengers. I was like, oh, that's a really cool, interesting idea, and then it was like, oh, you have to spend... Like, it's only cosmetics, but there's $1,000 worth of cosmetics for you to buy. No, go fuck yourself. The Warframe update. Do you care about Warframe?
Honestly, I keep hearing that, like, especially if you're F2P, it's really grindy. Otherwise, I would have loved to get into it, because it's really cool.
I think this looked cool, and I was like, oh, like, it looked cool enough for me to say audibly, I might want to play
grinding to get into it, though.
Yeah, and then people were like, Warframe is very fun if you have a group. Yeah. Like, I remember audibly saying, like, I might look into that. Like, that looks really cool. And then I was like, oh, but it's Warframe. So that would be, hundreds of hours just to get to the new stuff. It's a lot if you want it to be. Yeah. Um.
What? So it
Assassin's-
says. Oh, Origins Big founded his own game studio.
Okay.
This looks kind of artsy. What's
I'm-
up?
Has
I don't think I
1,400
like.
hours.
Oh, that's right. This goes into fucking African mythology. That's why I was like looking at it. Cause you don't like of all the mythologies, the least we see is African mythology,
Mhm.
right? Of all like the major continental mythologies, we don't know. Like especially getting into like all of like stuff that happened to Black people is like we lost a lot of our culture. So I think bringing it back in like what looks like supposed to be a AAA title is really fucking cool, and I would love to learn more because like you've got like the masks and the art from like old like
Yeah.
ancient African like tribes and stuff like that. So I think like this tribal game looks really fucking cool.
I think they had the founder, the guy on stage talking about it. He was the only guy I believed when he was just like, I'm so happy to be here at the Game Awards. This is such a surreal experience. He was the only guy I believed. And if you look in the like trailer here, it says like with support from Critical Role. I watch Critical Role, and they have a monthly show like at the end of the month, where they do a kind of like a sit down with some of the members of the cast just to be like, so here's what's going on, to catch people up. We're going to go a little more into depth about like what's been going on, like how did your character feel when this happened. They just kind of sit around and bullshit, and it's a lot of fun. The most recent episode of that was hosted by the same guy, like the guy that I had on stage. So hearing him like talk a bit more about it, like he's super passionate about everything that he does. And I'm very excited for this.
I love those kinds of people.
Yeah. For the same reason that like I loved Chia and Venba, like the people who go into these games and are super passionate about their culture.
Oh yeah, that's right. The guy's African as well, like Abakar Salim.
I think one of his parents was an immigrant. He has a very like distinct British accent, if I'm being honest, like hearing him like he's very British, but yeah, like he's very passionate about like his culture, the history of his people. And like I love games where it's just like, hey, so like Venba, where it's just like, hey, so we're gonna just like put little cards up to be like, if you don't know what this is, here's what this is, because like this is just a part of our culture, and we're kind of taking it for granted that like we know what this is, but for general audiences, you're not gonna know what this is. We'd love to share this with you. Or like
I think if this ends up being Metroidvania, it would hit like, as opposed to just like side-scrolling action.
Mhm.
If this ends up being Metroidvania, I think it'll bring like a whole like niche of people. It'll bring like all of those Hollow Knight people out to play it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. And oh yeah, I just realized Assassin's Creed Origins, Bayek. So Bayek was the main character of Origins, and it's the actor who played him. Now I understand what that headline means.
Yeah, I thought it was like a developer or something like that.
But no, the actor who played the main character of Assassin's Creed Origins, which was the Egyptian one?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. I don't know.
This Lost Records thing. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's
You're
okay. I just didn't play Origins, but I might.
Didn't you say you were going to earlier?
Mirage.
Or was it Mirage? Okay.
Mirage is the newest one that I want to play, only because it's shorter. Don't nod. How do you feel about this?
Thanks for making us 90s kids look cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
But like in a way that seems like it was written by boomers, even though we like obviously like previous generations were like cringe and stuff like that.
I don't.
Okay, I still so recent, like there's like the image where like the two girls like their cigarettes off of each other's or something. Like sometimes you just gotta do. Yeah. Sometimes like if like it's super fucking windy and only one of you gets your cigarette lit, you just put your cigarettes together.
I understand that the Life is Strange series is really successful for Don't Nod. They have like 4 like various seasons, because there's like Life is Strange Before the Storm, Life is Strange 2.
I don't really care about Life is Strange. I never got into them. I was like, oh.
I think It's insane to me because like it's the most successful thing Don't Nod does. It is my least favorite thing that Don't Nod does. Don't Nod
What else
made
does Donut do?
they
Blah,
made
blah,
a,
blah.
they made a game for called Remember Me for the 360 PS3 era. Remember Me is great. In 2018, 2019, they had a game called Vampire, Vampyr, where you play as a vampire. It's not like
It's not Vampire?
no, it's pronounced vampire.
Oh, okay, because usually like YR without the E is Vampire or
Yeah.
something. YR or IR.
But you play as, and these are more like action combat-y games than it is just walk around, pick dialogue options. But you play as a doctor who gets bit by a vampire, so you have to go through the struggle of the game of like, do I stay a morally correct, like, Victorian doctor? Do I not kill people so that, like, I have better connections with people like me more and it will help me throughout the game? Or do I give into my vampire side and, like, people fear me, but I become a more powerful vampire? So, like, there's a very interesting
Do you get
balance.
to choose?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's up my alley. I mean, you had me at Vampire, but at the same time, it's like... At the same time, they're, like... I feel like they could have... If they're a doctor, there could have been that angle where it's just like, I can save their life and give them immortality. They have so much to live for, but do I doom them to immortality by turning them?
So with I think how they play the vampire lore stuff out in the game,
He's not a noble, so he can't turn people.
Yeah, he's not a pure vampire. He's more of like a vampire thrall. So he has the vampire urges, but doesn't have any
like
of
the servant. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the
servant
power
class, not noble class or whatever.
Yeah, but it is so good. Like Don't Nod make some really good games, but their most successful one does not interest me. I don't like Life is Strange. Vampire Doctor, yeah. Tax people with blood for medical stuff.
Yeah.
So
I mean, isn't that why people donate blood?
I mean, I feel like people donate blood for, you know, to feel good about themselves, to be like, yeah, I helped, I donated blood, and then sometimes they're also just like, oh, we'll give you money for plasma and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about this like Bloom and Rage thing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I remember the trailer being like, we probably were like that, but like we weren't like that.
It's cringe. Because it's cringe. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm happy for the people who enjoy these games. I just think Don't Nod makes better stuff that people are sleeping on.
Yeah.
Wild
That's fair.
The first Berserker. The gameplay for this one looked pretty good. I just think it's visually very
grayscale.
Yeah, like
Oh, there's some red there.
Yeah, like I think it has.
Oh yeah, this is the one where I thought it was like related to like Berserk because of the way the character looked with like all of the scars and shit.
You thought it
kind of hot.
You thought it was Guts Berserk himself.
Well, like a character from there, just like the way the scars looked very Berserk art style. So I was like kind of hot, kind of hot.
I will wait for reviews on
that
this.
That guy's also kind of hot. Okay, I'm done.
No, like you're not wrong. Like some of these people are very attractive, but like I'll wait for reviews. I'll wait to see how this game shakes out. It's just not immediately catching me.
Yeah. I went off about like Rebirth already.
Talking about Final Fantasy. Moving on. Apex Legends and Final Fantasy. Did you see the post? I think my partner posted it in the server, where it's this like, if every time Persona 5 does a crossover with a live service game, it reaches like end of service within the year.
Yeah. I didn't realize that Dragalia Lost was also one of those victims, and I'm very upset, because Dragalia Lost was, like, probably one of the nicest gacha games. I've talked about it before, but basically, from when I was playing it within, like, the first 2 years, you didn't need all of the newest 5-star units to be able to do endgame shit. You could, like, raise up 3-star and 4 stars that were actually almost as good. So...
It's such a wild, because, like, Apex is very, like, it's a run and gun, you know,
Ape Leg, yeah, it's a Battle Royale.
Yeah. So, like, Final Fantasy, specifically 7, I can think of a handful of characters, like, if Barrett was there, I'd be like, okay, yeah, he has gun. He has gun hand.
They're perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna be
And
real.
like maybe some of the Turks.
In this thumbnail, I don't know who these people are. In the thumbnail for this trailer, I'm looking at them. I don't know who these people are. I don't know Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I played Final Fantasy. I've played the pixel art ones years ago. I played through a few of those. I still like 6. I like 9. Yeah, I don't know Final Fantasy 7. I don't know who these people are. They look like the guy in the middle looks like he's from like Cyberpunk.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm
But then again, like Nier Automata, like there's 2B skins in fucking Siege, so like.
I have a question. What's the overlap on this? What is the overlap of Apex Legends fans and Final Fantasy VII fans? What does that Venn diagram look like? Who is this for?
I don't know.
I mean, like, obviously it's for Apex Legends fans. It's a crossover within their game, but, like...
I feel like it would be, like, the generic people who only really like looking at photorealistic games with, like, more action-based combat.
Yeah.
So the kinds of people who would never actually touch, like, original Final Fantasy games because, oh, that's, like, pixel graphics, so it's, like, some, like, low-quality shit, or, like, not playing old games because they only care about what's new and happening.
So...
And Final Fantasy VII is photorealistic, new and happening, and has action combat. The only thing it would be weighed down by is a very convoluted JRPG style story.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably the Venn diagram there. Plus Cloud Pretty! Honky Star Rail, die in a fire, moving on. Wow.
I don't get it. Some of my best friends play Genshin, Honkai.
Genshin is like open world anime action combat. I would love it if it wasn't gacha.
I see gameplay all the time, but Apex to Final Fantasy to Kingdom Hearts to Disney. Is that the pipeline? Is that the Disney adult to Apex streamer pipeline? It's anime Breath of the Wild, isn't Breath of the Wild?
I heard that like
Genshin
Impact developers, when they heard people were comparing it to Breath of the Wild, they cried, and I'm just like, why did you pick the exact same art style for the grass then?
I remember when. And
Genshin, why do you have choo-choos?
I remember when Genshin was being showed off at E3 of like 2017, 2018 or whatever it was, like when it was first like coming out. Somebody brought their PS4 to the show floor and were like, this is what I think of your Breath of the Wild bullshit, and they smashed their PS4 on the showroom floor. As like a show of defiance, like, I'm not gonna play your Breath of the Wild. First of all...
They obviously already pre-ordered a PS5.
Well, the thing that is going on in my brain is like, if you're such a Nintendo pureblood, like if you're such a pro Nintendo, why do you have a PS4? Why are you destroying your PlayStation? Just don't buy the game, or just don't play the game.
Because they didn't want to destroy their Switch. Come on now. They
just
got like some broken. They got their like little brother's busted, broken PS4 that already got replaced, and they did it as a show of faith to Nintendo. Because it's not like they can smash their Switch because they're a Nintendo purist.
Maybe. Skull and Bones. Oh yeah, that's coming out next month. Beta.
Is that just Sea of Thieves 2, essentially?
Different company. Sea of Thieves is by Rare, but I honestly thought this
Rare.
Rare made Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, I know they did. The only time I know, like, when I hear Rare made something that's like not Banjo-Kazooie, I'm like, oh yeah, they existed outside of that, didn't they?
They were to have to buy another console just to pull a skit. I believe that. Oh my god.
That too.
Yeah,
the Blade thing? Or do we still want to talk about Skull and Bones?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I thought it was dead. It was announced like 5 years ago and then nothing, so I thought it was dead. So it's interesting that Ubisoft doesn't have it dead. Blade is the...
Ubisoft.
I am... Arcane's Blade game is the thing I'm most excited for, coming out of...
They did Deathloop.
They did Deathloop, they did Dishonored, the Dishonored games, they did...
Those are like assassin games, not gun games, right? I keep mixing it up with Medal of Honor, right?
Oh, they are nothing alike. Medal of Honor is like...
I know.
Yeah.
I just hear the honor part, and I'm like, it's this one, not this one, right?
I heard people were really worried, because, like, oh, Arcane's last game wasn't good, and that was Redfall, which was like day one on Game Pass. It was like a vampire multiplayer game that wasn't really great.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So people were like, "Oh no, they're gonna ruin Blade." Look at the track record. Just because the last one wasn't great, they made like 5 great games before that. That is not the trend. Having one bad game is not a trend. It is a lapse. Look at their other great games. I'm so excited for this Blade game because they
You know who, like, I might be wrong about this because the only Blade I've seen is Trinity, and I've only watched Bayonetta, but they kind of have like the same energy. Rohan and Roshan, what's his name?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
The shopkeeper guy.
Yeah.
They feel like I feel like they'd get along. I don't know why.
I'm begging you. I will watch them with you. I'm begging you to watch the other 2 Blade movies. They are 5 times better than Trinity. Trinity is so bad. Ryan Reynolds can't even save that movie. Blade and Blade 2 are
Triple H didn't either.
I forgot he was in it.
That's why I remember it so well.
You know
so he's into wrestling.
You know who's the newest like wrestler turned actor that I've seen in stuff?
Rock?
No, so there's that new Percy Jackson show by Disney, right?
Yeah.
Edge is in it. The Edge is in it as Ares. And I was like, he looks familiar. I can't quite place...
Oh, he's no longer the Edge because Edge is WWE owned and he's in AEW now. So he's just Adam Copeland now.
Yeah.
You know, he's like literally one of my favorite success stories. I know the Hulk is a piece of shit, but just imagine being Adam Copeland, a little Adam Copeland, seeing wrestling in Toronto, seeing Hulk Hogan, being the biggest fan of Hulk Hogan, growing up, training to be a wrestler, becoming a wrestler, then in a WrestleMania, the biggest wrestling event of the year, in your hometown, you get to tag team with the person you looked up to all of your life, who is the reason why you trained to get to that point. It's like Peter Capaldi growing up to be a doctor. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh my God.
I love those stories. I love those stories.
People who get to like come full circle with like, this is why I started doing this in the first place, and like
also Toronto represent.
But like I remember I was watching, because like I read the Percy Jackson books when I was a kid. I'm big fan of them. I read the 4th one in like one sitting, and like when you're a child, like that's a big thing to read a whole book in one sitting, and I was just like, oh my God, these are super great. It got me into mythology when I was a kid. And so like I was watching it, I'm just like, he looks so familiar. There's like 2 different overlaps in childhood stuff, because I remember watching wrestling with my cousin when I was a kid who was really into it, and I wasn't really. Like, I played the SmackDown Raw game on like PS2.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun.
That's how I got Tempest into wrestling, by the way, is I played that game, got into wrestling, then got Tempest into wrestling, and now Tempest is Tempest.
Yeah,
From
now...
a SmackDown v Raw PS2 game.
Oh man, the pipeline is insane. But like, it's so weird. Like, it's like, oh wait a minute, it's Adam Copeland. Is that his real name?
Adam Copeland.
Copeland. Okay. Yeah, it's just like, wait, he's in a lot of wrestling stuff. So I kept scrolling back and back and back till like WWE stuff, and I was like, oh, Edge. Now okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you want proof of his acting, just go back to, oh god, I hate it. It's so cringe. But the way that he was able to act like he actually liked Vicky Guerrero during that era, because like, it was just an era.
Yeah.
Like the fucking Vicky Guerrero and like Edge wedding thing, and fucking oh my god. Oh, that was an era of all time.
I would also like to say, just with everything going on right now in the wrestling sphere with WWE,
oh god.
I'd just like to say, we don't condone anything that Vince McMahon has ever done. He's a disgusting human being.
No, even like as a fan of wrestling, nobody really liked Vince McMahon. Like, you pinned God. Like, the hubris of like writing yourself to like be in the ring and just pin God. Like, you're just an automatic heel no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So like nobody ever thought he was like a great person, and now it's just like, He's just owned the WWE, and now it's just like, oh, he is an actual piece of shit. Okay.
Yeah, he's an actual, trial withstanding. I think I even like commented on like one of Tempest's tweets, just being like, hey, you know how sometimes like certain punishments get outlawed because it's like awful to do to a human being? What if like we brought back some of those awful things just for awful people, you know? I don't know.
Oh, he was so much younger when he did this.
Yes.
Here, the owner of the owner of the wrestling company pinning God. If you want to know what we're talking about, like to have that kind of hubris. Nobody. Feel like nobody really liked Vince.
No,
like I just feel like nobody is like an actual like fan of Vince. And looking at him too, he's an old man who owns it. He doesn't train. He roids. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's just always just kind of someone who's just like, okay, well, you own this gig, so hi, hello, how you doing?
He always, like, wrote himself to be, like... It's one of those things where, like, where does the character end and the real scumbag begin? Because, like, he always kind of wrote stuff that made him look a little creepy, because there was all of those promotional things with, like, his daughter. If you remember.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's always some weird, uncomfortable stuff going on, but...
The Trump of wrestling? Is that going too far? I don't know anymore with all of this shit. Also, I'm going to do a tiny plug for Tempest, because Tempest and their wrestling crew, if you want to know what we're talking about for the Vince McMahon stuff, they have a video on it.
Are they talking about it on, like, Wrestle Talk?
Yeah. They had to be very careful with how they worded a lot of things because of how serious it was. I actually forgot to watch it when I got up that morning because I was getting ready for the party.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh no, wait, no, that was Friday. Never mind. I forgot to watch it, but I'm gonna watch it after anyway, because I got a lot of YouTube to catch up on, but yeah.
I'm personally not, like, super into wrestling anymore, but friends in real life are, friends online are, like, I'm just following a lot of wrestling-adjacent people. You know, like,
yeah.
I'm a fan of, like, No Rules Barred, which Tempest is on, and...
Yeah.
Just, like...
Oh, yeah, the board game thing, right?
Yeah, I'm a board game fan, but, like...
Yeah.
A lot of those people, it's owned by, like, or it's run by the same people who do, like, Wrestle Talk and stuff. Isn't this the dude...
He's the one in the one where he's, like, looking down really sad and goes like this, that meme? That's Vince McMahon.
I just think about
where he like looks really like sad.
I know a few of his different.
That's like a newer memes. Video meme, but yeah.
But yeah,
it's like the most recent one I can think of, or like the one where it's just like that sort of like that one where it's like a image of a series of pictures where it's just like.
Yeah, and it's just like the one where he's like...
Where it's like his face just getting like more like orgasmic, and then there's like words saying why he's getting like more like excited. Yeah. That's also Vince McMahon.
Specifically the orgasm one is what I think of. Like his eyes go cross-eyed and he's...
Yeah, he's like so fucking excited. Like it's like a progression. Kind of like those big brain memes where it like gets super cosmic and stuff like that. It's like the progression of like his face. That's Vince McMahon.
Anyway,
but yeah, if anybody wants to like hear a bunch of the allegations and stuff like that, Wrestle Talk does talk about it here.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for the Blade game to kind of wrangle this back into like whatever.
Not featuring Triple H this time.
Yeah. I couldn't even remember how we got on that wrestling tangent.
Because Adam Copeland, good actor.
Yeah, Triple H in the Blade Trinity, I think was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only one I can remember.
I'm excited.
She's a different vampire. She's got fangs in her vagina, or whatever the fucking line is. That's like the line that I remember.
Oh my god. Twisted
and
Metal
the dog.
Season 2.
The dog.
Twisted Metal Season 2.
I don't. Twisted Metal is like the card game, right?
Yeah, it's the destruction, like the dirty
clown card game, yeah.
Clown card. I mean, I guess.
Twisted Clown.
Twisted Metal. Yeah, and Sweet Tooth. Oh my god. Speaking of wrestlers, Sweet Tooth in the show was played by Samoa Joe. I can't stop.
You gotta be a good actor to be a good wrestler. Well, actually, no, you don't. You have to be good at wrestling first. But, like, if you can sell the show and, like, you're okay at wrestling... As long as people can work with you, because some people are just like awful to work with, but as long as
Yeah.
people can work with you and you can sell the show and talk the talk, you can still kind of make it in wrestling.
This was strike 2 on real big name celebrity comes out and keeps talking. Like, I love Anthony Mackie, but like, you're here to present an award. You can just be like, hey, by the way, we did get approved for season 2. Moving on. But like, he was really like, you guys were great, you know, you with all your viewership. We were like, he was building up to it. It's like, okay, you can just say, we're getting a season 2. Let the applause happen. Here's the Game Awards. This was one I didn't watch from last year. I try to keep up with all the. I'm a big defender of video game adaptations because they're getting better. I'm willing to sit through one bad one if it means we get one good one. That's kind of the give and take, you know. Like, oh, this movie bad.
Oh, it's the movie turned video games that were worse. Like, do you remember the Shrek 2 video game?
I never played the. What was the? Oh man, hang on. I feel like there was a
community challenge to play the Shrek 2 video game.
No, what?
Please.
Oh.
Since you like playing PS2 games and all.
I do like playing. Look, I have other tie-in games.
Yeah, they're surprisingly good for how bad they are.
The Shrek games are actually kind of goated. Let's hope the Minecraft movie is good. How
are you going to make a movie out of something that's... How are you making a live-action movie out of something that's, like, literally pixels? Why does that make sense?
That's what every video game movie is. Every video game is pixels. Every movie is
pixels.
God. You'd be surprised how screens work.
That's not...
I'm about to blow your mind right now. Screens are pixels.
Here we go.
Incredible, right?
That's... Okay. Okay, I believe you.
Do you believe that the screens are pixels? Oh my god, it's insane even. Wait till you hear about graphic settings. Do you want more or less pixels?
Oh.
So Twisted Metal Season 2, I'm a big fan of certain Twisted Metal games. I liked the Twisted Metal game for PS3 from like 2013, and I liked Twisted Metal Black for the PS2. I wish in the promotional material they would have shown off more of the like other
pixels,
more of the other characters, because like obviously Kane, the guy who drives the Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth is the name of the vehicle, not the guy.
The guy is Samoa Joe.
Yeah, the guy, if they had shown Samoa Joe, famous for Twisted Metal, the video game, if they had shown off more characters, I might have been more excited for it, because there's, what was her name? Dollface? There's a couple really creepy, cool characters in that franchise, and I think they should have, instead of leaning into the post-apocalyptic sort of, Mad Max style that the show kind of has, if they had leaned into the more like 2000s edgy gothic like tones, I would have been more like stoked for this. But
I feel like it's more metalhead than gothic.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just thinking like there's
because I know goths that don't like metal.
That's fair. Would you like more pixels with that, sir?
You know what I mean! You know what I meant! Like, real person graphic, and then game is block with squares on face. And the sheep all look like they have, like, lazy eyes because of this pixel... whatever.
You're not really winning
if they put sheep in the movie and all of their eyes aren't both pointing, like, this way, I don't think it's, like, accurate enough to the video game.
I heard some rumors that the movie is actually going to be about, like, the creation of the game, the story behind, like, making...
Oh, so like the Facebook movie?
Yeah, kind of like that. Or like how the Gran Turismo movie was more about an event that the video game Gran Turismo held in, like, trying to find, like, a real racer who plays the racing games. Like, that's what the movie was, not about the game, but it was about a real event that the game, like, held. So, I
I
don't know.
didn't know that. I didn't know that Gran Turismo had a movie.
Yeah, it came out last year, and there was okay. So there was a really funny. So the promotional material, the like tagline for the movie was "From Gamer to Racer." There was a
Huh.
very famous, very funny edit somebody did where they changed it from gamer to racist,
Oh
and
no.
on the Roku, the little streaming box Roku, when you're looking at advertisements for the movie, they used that edit instead of the real one.
No.
So, just like if you're scrolling through movies, Gran Turismo from gamer to racist.
Oh my god.
And I think that lasted about 2 days. And then while they were trying to get it figured out, there was no promotional material, so it was just a gray like box with just the name of the movie, Gran Turismo, in it. But who has to drop the ball hard enough? Like, did you just go to Google Images and try to find the poster for the movie? How do you mess up like that? Who got fired for that? If Hero Brian isn't in the movie. Holy shit, that's a good edit though. Yeah. I would love if the Minecraft movie is about the like creation.
You know
of
what that kind of reminds me of? It's just like we're here ranking different races from all around the world. Like I don't care what you say, they have different color. Like you know that meme?
Yeah, and
it's the old white guy.
And
the
then it's
Formula One.
Yeah.
2020 something or 2000 something, and this. You know, it's just. Either the man knew I think that man knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
it was
like
just it's beautiful execution.
Like the joke is that, haha, you thought I was racist.
Yeah, I love stuff like that. I love like jokes like that where it's just like there's one that I saw the other day on Blair showed me on Instagram where it's just like who doesn't rep their colors more than purple people, and it was like this big white guy in like a truck and he's just like black people. Oh. Because he's wearing like all black. Because it's like they're talking about colors that they like the colors that they wear. So it's like who doesn't rep more than purple people, and he's like wearing all black, like black people. Oh, fuck, damn it.
One of my favorite shows has like this council of like villain characters, and in one of the seasons they go through like a big kind of restructuring, and they were like, hey, so right now the council's really slim, we're gonna be taking auditions for more people to get on this like villain council. And this woman like raised her hand and she's like, will there be more diversity on the council, because I would like to see more women in positions of power. This black guy was like, and more people of color. And this purple guy behind him stood up and he's like, and more people of color.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, I love that.
That reminds me of I forget the guy's name. I think it's like Mitch something. He was like a comedian who's been on Just for Laughs a lot, and he's just like, you know, I don't care if you like black, white, whatever. It's like we gotta draw the line somewhere. To hell with purple people. And was
this guy?
It was a stand-up comic.
Did he
stand-up
look like
comedy?
Did he long hair look like he was stoned
Yeah.
out of his gourd? Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I love him.
He's like, to hell with purple people, and so like that reminds me of that now.
Mitch Hedberg has a great joke where he's just like, you will never see an escalator out of order sign. You would only see escalators, temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience.
Oh yeah, I see the article for the Racer to Racist now. I forgot I'd look this up. It's so funny.
Oh my god. Yeah, so like I just want to know who got fired for that. What's next on this list of things? Like Lightspeed LA announced Sentinel.
I wish it was 13 Sentinels. 13 Sentinels is
maybe
good.
this is the 14th Sentinel. Oh yeah, this is the one where there was like robot children. Who's making robot children? I just want to talk. Who's making
Robot adults. Actually no, they're brought by the robot stork.
Robo Stork. I don't know. This is another one. There's a lot of games on...
The story and narrative seems cool, but I don't know if I'd play it.
There are a lot of games that were announced where I'm like, I see what they're going for. I'm hooked, but I want to see the reviews. I want to see more gameplay. And that I know that's like all these like teasers are for. You know, it's just to like give you an idea of like, here's what's coming. But I want to see... Oh, it's from Tencent. Okay. Tencent's Lightspeed LA studio. Okay. Oh, it's their... Okay, so this is a new studio from Tencent. Reveal's first game. Okay.
So, like, I do like the fact that, like, China is getting a little more, like, going back into, like, China devs and stuff like that. But I do know that, like, especially for, like, more some of, like, the indie ones and stuff like that, I remember some of them talking about how, like, because it has to go through, like, government approval because, you know, how much their content is limited and all of that stuff. And, like, they don't even really use, like, YouTube. They have, like, Bilibili for, VTubers and all this other stuff. And it's, like, you know, because that content's so limited, basically, this video game goes to, like, a government office for approval, and it sits there for months, maybe even a year at a time, before it, like, gets approved to be released onto Steam or whatever, wherever. And, like, because of that, a lot of these indie studios, like, lose all of the money, because, like, after they're finished the game, it doesn't get released for another while, because they're waiting for, like, these, like, government boomers to, like, go through their video game and make sure it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Right? So, the fact that China does kind of want to take a seat on the world stage for gaming means, like, a little more hope for these, like, indie devs, and maybe they'll take video games more seriously, so that, like, these small people, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and like, if they find success in, like, the international market, you know, they might be a little more lax on the regulation if they're like, okay, we don't need to, like, this was a non-issue, we didn't have to, you know.
Yeah. Or even, like, if they're not lax on it, they would, like, take it a little more seriously and actually, like, have maybe, like, a whole department to go through, like, game releases and stuff like that from these indie studios, you know what I mean? Just, like, take it more seriously so that, like, there's an actual industry to be had there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, like, really nice for them.
So, after the last Sentinel, we have
the first Descendant.
This was a game that I thought would be a really cool movie. Like, just a lot of the cinematics they had going on in here, I was like, oh, I would watch this. And yes, it has everything to do with the fact that there's a 5-story robot woman.
Yeah.
I will not beat these allegations. I love this tall robot woman.
Step on you?
She doesn't even have to step on me. I just want to, like, the way that she's just descending down onto Earth in this trailer. It gets my stamp of approval. I just got to see more, you know, actual gameplay. This feels very much like, it doesn't even feel
cinematic.
Like a vertical
it's
slice.
Just a cinematic trailer.
I mean,
it's a sci-fi shooter apparently.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you've created an interesting looking, like, I'm interested in what you have to show me, but
I also kind of like how Nexon has, like, gone from, well, considering MapleStory 2 kind of flopped. But, like, I like how they're, like, known for MapleStory, and now they have, like, other things that are just, like, FTP MMOs. Like, they did that, what was that one where, like, the first thing you, like, kill, like, a giant spider? I was really sad. They had, like, an MMO, and, like, you help this lady, and, like, the giant spider's supposed to be, like, a nice guardian thing, and, like, kind of went berserk, and you have to kill it, and I was really sad that we had to kill the giant tarantula. And, like, the lady was sad. Vindictus?
Vindictus is a game they made. I
think it was Vindictus.
Yeah, I'm looking at their games, and it's like, oh, I've seen all of these, like, games before.
I'm surprised I remembered that, but yeah, it's Vindictus. It was really cool, but I couldn't get past killing a giant spider, because I was like, no, giant spider friend!
Do you have a thing for mechanical women? What are your thoughts on the movie Robots 2005? One moment. The only thing I remember about that Robots movie is that the lead robot woman, the yellow one, was a robo miner. So I will not be voicing any opinions on this movie that stars robo miners. She was like 17. You can't trick me. You can't entrap me. What I will say about Robots 2005, I miss Robin Williams. I miss Robin.
Yeah.
Hoyoverse showed up. I don't care about Hoyoverse.
Oh, that's it. That's the game that I was thinking of. I remember I was talking to somebody else. It was a different game that was like, looked like it was gonna be like a new Genshin Gacha game or something. But
Was it this
Hoyoverse is
one?
making an actual, like, video game,
It's just
apparently.
is. I mean, they've made video games before. I think that's what they're known for. But
No, like, not a gacha game, like an actual, just like...
standalone, like single player. I again, I don't know what it is, but whenever I
Oh
see
no,
that,
iOS, so Android, and unspecified home consoles. Okay. Never mind.
Den of Wolves. Oh, this was.
Oh, it is a gacha game. Never mind. Okay, fuck them.
Yup.
I thought they were making like an actual like video game that people who don't want to play gacha can play. Because I don't doubt that Hoyo can make some good stuff. Because I mean, like Honkai Impact combat looks fantastic.
Yeah.
But like, you know, it's literally just select a level and it's instant combat. You don't really get to like walk around the world, which is what Genshin has advantage of. But like, they're all still just fucking. Oh, gotcha.
I'm gonna be real. The next couple games here on the list, Exoborn and Den of Wolves. The trailer like tells us nothing. I don't know anything about them, and they're not really catching me. Den of Wolves. It's a sci-fi heist game. Okay, Cyberpunk, Payday 2. I will probably hear about it when it comes out. Maybe not. Maybe it disappears forever. Exoborn, I love The Surge. Oh, the team behind Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. Okay.
Open world extraction shooter. That doesn't sound that bad if it's not like a live service thing.
I guess. Again, like either it will disappear forever or we'll hear about it closer to release. A lot of these are just like too early to tell, right? Like they're just trying to build up hype for their own like individual, like from the perspective of the creative, it's like this is my like 3 minutes. This is my time to like really show off my thing. But as the consumer, when you're being bombarded with 80 commercials for things you've never heard of before, it's going to take a lot for anything to stick. So I'm sorry to the people who like are working really hard on these games. Give me more. Give me something to actually latch onto.
Yeah. It's just, the Game Awards has become really weird. A really weird stage, it seems. Fallout TV show, how do we feel about that? As long as it's got the music, I think I'm game.
I'll watch it. I like Fallout lore.
The music vibe. I like the music vibe. Do I have News Vegas or do I have 4? I'm gonna stream it eventually. Baby's first Fallout. Fall. I have, I think.
Oh no.
No, I don't have Fallout 4. I have Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 4 is from Ken's library because he's sharing his library with me. So I have Fallout New Vegas, which is apparently like the last good one.
People love Fallout.
Or like the best one. That one's Obsidian, right?
Yeah, that's the one by Obsidian. Personally, I really liked Fallout 4. I think Fallout 4 and Skyrim from Bethesda, they like simplified the games to make it more accessible to like wider audiences.
Yeah. I definitely get that, because I know that walking across the map of Morrowind is the amount of time it would take to walk across the British Isle. Like the island of like the UK, it's the same amount of time. Yeah, and with like all the spell customization and stuff like that, Morrowind is definitely not like an entry point for your average gamer in this day and age.
No. I'm really
Oblivion is full of themes.
I'm really hoping that Elder Scrolls 6 does bring back spell customization, because that's a really cool mechanic. But
yeah, people broke Morrowind with that shit though.
I'm excited for the Fallout show. Again, like I'll sit through a bad adaptation if it means we get a good one. I just wish we could pick and choose which ones get to be good.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hello Games announced Light No Fire.
Oh, No Woman Earth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it looks a lot more fleshed out than No Man's Sky did, but I don't really remember the announcement for No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky was blown so widely out of proportion. with the promise that like it'll be like an infinitely expansive universe with millions of planets to explore. Sean Murray, the lead creative on from Hello Games, he was on like actual talk shows, like Late Show with Stephen Colbert or whatever. Like
Yeah,
he was on
I remember us talking about this at TGA.
real talk shows. And then when the game came out and it was not anything like they promised, he like disappeared from the public eye for like 3 months. Like there I don't want to say there's like riots or anything, but like people were pissed. But again, I appreciate them taking, 5 years to make the game what they promised it was. And I remember at the Game Awards, Sean Murray being like, "I got a big game to announce." Even Jeff Keighley was like, "Oh God, here we go again." Like he started laughing, like, "Sean, you can't keep promising big games."
Yeah.
No Man's Sky is gonna take a lot to like win me back, like because I liked No Man's Sky when it launched. If I'm being honest, like it was fine. I think No Man's Sky has always been like just an okay game, but
It wasn't what they built it up to be.
yeah, at least at the beginning, it wasn't what they built it up to be. So I think it's really gonna take a lot to win that trust back.
Do you think Star Citizen is ever going to come out of alpha, by the way, while we're talking about stuff in the sky? Is it Star Citizen?
Star Cuisine? What the fuck are you doing? Star Citizen.
I think it's Star Citizen.
Is an in-development multiplayer space trading combat. How long has it been in development for?
For as long as I've known about it.
Production.
And longer.
Crowdfunding page 2012. Production started in 2011. In 2013, released parts of the games known as modules. Oh my god. This game just might be dead. If it's been... Funding also external...
Oh, it's still very much alive. People still play it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. There's, like, actual, like, giant, like, heists and stuff where, like, people have, like, gone into, like, people's specific, like, guilds, groups, or whatever. And, like, kind of, like, espionaged it from the inside out, and there's, like, a whole bunch of, like, really big shit that's happened. There was, like, a fight that took, like... There was, like, a war that took between players that took, like, 48 hours or something like that. I don't remember the exact stuff. I can message my friend P sometime and get the information for you, but there's a lot of big shit. I'm just wondering if that's ever gonna come out of alpha.
I doubt it. Okay, No Man's Sky, HachuneMiu revealed new... Okay, so, again, this is strike number 3. Getting a big actor out there to talk about whatever, and he had a broken foot or something, and...
Oh, it's an RTS? No thanks.
I honestly forgot whatever he was talking about. Oh yeah, it is an RTS, okay. Frost Giant's upcoming RTS is looking good. I mean,
if you have to wait 25 years between each StarCraft, it might as well start releasing stuff in between.
I guess. Again, I think the star power overshadows the games themselves. So, like, you get a big name out there like Simu Liu, who, break out Marvel stuff, and he's been, really up and coming with a lot of stuff. Like, all I remember is that he went out there with a broken foot and was just like, "You're probably wondering how I broke my foot." No. But I remember. Like, I remember he broke his... Or I think he twisted his ankle really badly in a game of pickup basketball. But I don't remember the game. One day RTS games will gain their popularity.
I don't even think I know. I'm just kind of looking at Guilty Gear and remembering how much I love the art style.
Oh yeah,
but I don't play fighting games.
Like, I love the aesthetic of Guilty Gear. I think if I were to get into a fighting game,
they have rollback netcode, if that matters.
I'm not a fighting game person. Really happy for Guilty Gear players, but I hope.
Like, sometimes you wish you could get that kind of animation out of actual anime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's
like
so
with
smooth.
like the way they animate their ultimates and all that stuff.
Final Fantasy 16 DLC. The only person I know who played Final Fantasy 16 didn't finish it. Said it was great, just really long. So,
I know somebody who did finish it, so like, I feel like, apparently like the story is kind of like finished within the actual release of the game, which is good. So the DLC is probably just like some extra stuff, but I don't really. It's not on PC yet, so I don't really know much about it. I'm
yeah.
trying to avoid spoilers. I just know it's not gonna make me cry like the credits of 15 did.
I'm not into
Like,
fighting games with very few exceptions like Smash and Rivals of Aether. Smash is a
very.
very
What is Rivals of Aether?
uh Rivals of Aether is a fighting game. Dungeons of Aether is another one in the same franchise. I don't know how to describe it. It's looks like hand drawn animation cells. It. What do you want me to say? It's a fighting game. It's
Okay.
I don't know how to describe fighting games. Like, I can only describe them with the characters in them. Like, oh, Mortal Kombat, the one with Scorpion.
Oh, this is really pixely though. It's kind of cute. What was the fighting game that had like the fucking Ronald McDonald and shit?
Excuse me? Excuse me?
There was like no, because you could like make custom characters for it, and there was like fucking Ronald McDonald's and shit. Um, um,
That's that's right.
Mugen? I don't know. Is it this? Yeah, it's the fucking gold. Yeah, Golden Ronald McDonald. What game is this?
It's also Rivals of Aether.
Oh, okay.
It is still
Okay,
that
so
one.
I do know what Rivals of Aether is. Like, you can make, like, custom characters, and one of them is just fucking Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, I see the Hulk.
And shit, yeah.
I see Goku, Captain America, the Flash. Okay.
I know the meme from it, so yeah.
X Dice Dev Shooter,
Apparently the final sucks.
It's out now.
Apparently it's not good. Then again, Blair only plays, like, Siege and Ape, like, so I don't know.
This doesn't...
Well, I mean, he plays a bunch of shooters, so I mean, I'd probably take his word for it if it sucks.
Yeah, not really... Yeah, nothing really sticking out to me about that one. Play... Oh, good. Play Now, Season 1! Get out of here. Monster Hunter Wilds. We talked about it a bit at the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Is that everything? Because this also says biggest game announcements trailer, so I just want to find another one. Everything announced at the Game Awards. Coney Island. Rise of the Golden Idol. Did we talk about that?
One moment.
I'm on True Achievements.
True Achievements? I'm gonna go back to the IGN one and see if there's... Oh, excuse me. Ow. You know, like when
yeah, because that one unfortunately said like the biggest announcements, which I didn't realize until we were most of the way done, so...
God of War...
Rise of the Golden Idol.
The Finals, No Man's Sky...
Looks like a point and click.
Rise of the Ronin, Skull and Bones, Lost Records, Dragon Ball...
Oh, that's right, it's the Netflix game.
Oh, yeah! I keep forgetting, like... I know Netflix has games, like I had a couple apps downloaded on my phone through Netflix, but BioWare veterans reveal new RPG. Oh, Exodus again. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's it. Dead by Daylight spinoff, Jurassic Park, Visions of Mana. Yeah, no, I think that's it.
Oh yeah. So, Usual June. Did we talk about Reminiscent of the Spider-Verse? Arknight's Enfield also wasn't on the Polygon thing. Harmonium was.
I don't play Arknights.
Rude. Like, having an actual, like, cohesive Arknights game would be really cool because, like, the lore and the world of Arknights is really fucking cool, so not being, like, like I couldn't get through the story because I remember I talked about how fucking grindy it was, even just for like the first 3 chapters of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So like having something that can give us the lore of that world and tell the story of that world that isn't the grindiest gacha game I ever played would be really cool. Thrasher.
Oh, it's by the people who made Thumper, I think for it's like a rhythm game for. I played it on PlayStation, but
Yeah.
Harmonium, Dead Cell, yeah, Windblown.
Oh yeah, Chris Judge kills Infinity Ward. Uh, Big Walk. Lego Fortnite.
Oh boy,
Hellblade
Lego
Comedy.
Fortnite.
No Rest for the Good. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora.
Yeah, and that was coming out like really soon. That's another Ubisoft one. Yay.
Yeah. Frank Stone, Visions of Mana, Rise of the Ronin, Outlast Trials.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the new Outlast game.
Oh yeah, and I got fucking
Scared.
scared. Yeah, I actually fucking squealed. Like I can't. Survival, Rocket Racing, Black Myth Wukong, Suicide Squad, Warframe, Starfield, accolades. Just a reminder that Starfield exists, I guess. Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden?
I found where you are. Again, this is the problem that all of these games have had, where it's like, okay, that's a really cool cinematic. It's not telling me anything. Ready
Yeah.
or
Spooky Ongoings and a hint of Shadow of the Colossus from the story. So... Oh, that's also from Don't Nod.
Okay, if it's a game by Don't Nod that isn't one of their season, that isn't a, you know what I mean, Life is Strange.
A Life is Strange story thing.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it because I like their other ones. Man, I just wanted I get. Okay, my biggest complaint about announcing games is when people announce a game and then they said, "Oh, but it's coming in like 5 years." Or
Yeah.
coming in 2025, 2026 at the end of like 2023. It's like, well, then I'm going to forget about this game, and then you're going to come back in a couple years to the Game Awards and be like, "Did you forget about us? We've been cooking on this game." It's like, "Okay, you should have shown it off now."
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Like they announced
Ready or Not looks like another one of those things that's kind of suffering from it.
It's just a shooter, I think. It's just like you play as a SWAT person. Like Marvel's Blade. I don't know when this is coming out, but they announced it, so now I'm gonna get really excited for it. I'm gonna forget it exists, and it's gonna sneak by.
Yep.
It's by Arcane and Bethesda, so it's gonna be an Xbox exclusive.
Oh boy. Yeah, so who cares then?
Zenless, Mecha Break. Oh, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2.
Mecha Break.
Alan Wake, Live.
I don't remember this. Oh, is this like the Transformers video game, or is this just Mecha?
It's just Mecha.
Seems to be like off-brand Mecha. It's off-brand Gundam Transformers. Fucking... The action looks cool. I think it's trying to be Armored Core. That's what this looks like.
Yeah, but it's not Armored Core.
I know. Armored Core, like, I know it's a FromSoft game, but, like, I really want to play it because the combat doesn't look slow and clunky as a feature like Souls-like games do. I'm expecting it to be hard. Space Marine 2, remember that?
Yeah.
Remember the first Space Marine? Because I never heard of it.
It's a Warhammer 40k franchise. It's
Oh, okay. No,
so you
it
have
gets
heard
credit
it.
then. Like, if you like, yeah. I really want to get into Warhammer, but I don't know where to start. And part of me wants to start at like the tabletop figure painting thing.
That's a really expensive hobby.
It's the most expensive way to like get into it. But I have a friend who has like them all, and like I could talk to them about it and stuff. Like, I kind of want to start like back there at least a little bit. I don't want to get into the figures because I don't have the money for it. But like,
Start by turning around and walking away from Final.
Wow. I don't know. There's like a part of me that like kind of wants to get into Warhammer, but like I want to understand kind of like the old stuff that they had before I start getting into like the video game stuff. You know what I mean? Kind of like
Yeah,
playing a game of D&D before I start playing D&D video games, right?
I would
Sort of.
say I would say
You know what I
Baldur's Gate
mean?
3 is actually a really good way to get into the tabletop. Like
Yeah. No, like I get that. Like even my roommate who never really wanted to try before, kind of wants to now, because
I
he's playing Baldur's Gaze.
I had a friend. I did a couple like one shots with him, and he came back to me like a few months ago, and he was just like, "Hey, so like when we were playing D&D, I didn't really know what was going on, but I played Baldur's Gate 3, and now like visually seeing it, like I get it now, and I would like to try again, which is really cool."
Yeah. Wait, GTFO? What was GTFO? Was that one that we mentioned?
It's a game that's kind of been in and out of like the public eye of like, hey, don't forget we're working on this. It's by the same people who I think are doing Den of Thieves.
Oh, okay.
And it's really weird to me because they're like from the people who are making GTFO. Like that game also isn't out yet, and they announced another new game.
Yeah.
I don't I don't know. I'm
Asgard's
honestly
Wrath 2 gets a trailer introduced by Loki voice actor Matt Mercer.
yeah.
MetaQuest only game?
Yep, there's a VR game.
Yeah. Trailer for
I
Paleo, but Paleo's already out.
looking at all this, there's
Oh, there's two new Final Fantasy 16 DLC, sorry.
there are. So we've been going for about 4 hours, and I think we pretty much combed everything.
Yeah,
So
that's everything.
here's my takeaway. There's about 3 or 4 things I am excited for, but for the most part, I think this was kind of a dud. So many games got announced that had really cool cinematic trailers that like the bar
We didn't
was
remember coming back a month later.
yeah, like I remember some of these names. Like the Last Sentinel, First Descendant. I remember GTFO as a name, but like, I remember Light No Fire, the No Man's Sky, the next one from Hello Games, but like for the most part, nothing. Like these games, all of these games could already have come and gone, and I would not be affected.
Yeah. I think, like, Final Fantasy VII continuation, obviously, like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Um, the game by the people by Persona, now that I remember the Arknights thing, I'm really
Yeah.
excited to see what that's about because, again, it's a really cool fucking world, and even if you just read a synopsis of the lore, you'll kind of understand, like, it's just gatekept by the grindiest tower defense you'll ever play. So that was pretty cool. I was excited for that MiHoYo thing to have like an actual game to play that isn't gacha, but it's gacha,
It's
and I
gacha.
don't know why I thought it wasn't gacha. I was like, oh, are they actually making like a title and not like a fucking whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the African mythology one that like
Yeah,
I'm actually
Zhao?
yeah, because I love like mythology, and I'm kind of, you know, I got sick of like Greek, not so much Norse, but like kind of like Greek and Roman mythology stuff because it's
Mm-hmm.
all you fucking learn about in school, which is why I have more of an interest in like Asian and African mythology. Also,
Mm-hmm.
Egyptian kind of got old as well, because that's all you learn about in school, right? They don't
Yeah.
talk about any of the other stuff that much.
Yeah, I
Like,
would.
even in my world history class, still, the only thing we talked about was the Romans, and we had one class to go over the
Oh
rest of the
God.
world, and I'm just like, this is a fucking college course, and what about the world when we're only talking about the same fucking white people we've been talking about all our lives?
I took a
So I'm excited to have.
mythologies.
Yeah?
I took a mythologies
So.
class in like high school, and a lot of the mythologies that we focused on were a little bit of like Native American stuff. We focused on more like Indian and that sort of like Central South Asian area, and like
Ooh.
we read Siddhartha, which is
Ooh.
yeah, which is like an older like story about enlightenment in their culture and how like you're not supposed to be like the Buddha, but you're supposed to find your own path to that level of enlightenment. It's just that the Buddha is the blueprint, but there's many different ways people can find enlightenment. Yeah, there's a lot of yeah, there was a lot of spiritualism in that class. Yeah,
Oh,
that
you're in like,
was
oh, that's right, your high school friends.
yeah, yeah, um, yeah. No, that
Spiritualism is pretty cool and stuff like that because like where a lot of mythology comes from is from spiritualism, right? Like for example, I'm gonna talk about like the one I'm interested in most because I know more about it, Shinto from Japan,
yeah,
right? Basically, is the belief that everything has a spirit or God watching over it. So there's like a lot of like small household items or even like tiny little yokai where if there's enough belief in them, they can grow to the power of a god. And like in shows like Natsume Yujin Show, you'll meet a lot of these former gods level yokai where there's like no more belief in them, so
mm-hmm.
then they just become like tiny little things and like sitting on top of a tree, and there's only like that one old woman who still brings peaches and praise to them, right? And like spirits can exist in everything. There's a god for rain, there's a god for being poor, there's a god, there's like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So it's
There
like spirits flow through like everything.
there was a really cute Netflix miniseries that was like stop motion animation. I think it was called Oni or something.
Oh?
And it's about this like little girl who lives in like the like Japanese like spirit world, and she was always told, you know, like don't cross this bridge, and like it's a bridge to the human world and stuff. So it's about like sort of this connection between the spirit world and the like the more like Eastern inspired spirit world
Yeah.
to like the human world, and she goes to like in like one of the episodes she ends up in like downtown like Tokyo or something. Like she ends up in like a really like bustling urban environment. She's just like, this is a lot, I don't know what's going on, I'm scared. Like it's very cute, and I think it's maybe 6 episodes long. It's very short but very cute. I would highly recommend
Ooh.
that. Let me just
I'm
make
gonna
sure.
write that down.
um Netflix, um it's called Oni the Thunder God's Tale.
Oh, okay. Let me check.
It's got 4 episodes.
4 episodes?
Yep.
I Oh, I see it. Yeah, Oni is the Thunder God's Tale. I see it. That looks cute.
It's very cute. I had a lot of fun with that one. There's a general lot of overlap and blurred lines between mythos, spiritualism, and mysticism. Yeah, that was like something I really loved about that class, was learning that like, or at least putting an emphasis on the fact that a lot of mythos comes from like a lot of the beliefs of like the greater universe comes from the belief within the person. You know, it's like we use these stories of, you know, we use these great stories and great adventures and great, you know, all as like metaphors for how people should like live their lives. You know, it's like, hey, we, you know, we should all strive to find
And
it,
Zeus is just why you don't fuck everything you see.
yeah, Zeus is a Zeus is the cautionary
Bestiality
tale.
bad.
God.
You get minotaurs, and
Yeah.
minotaurs are bad.
Ugh, Zeus. All right. Any closing thoughts on stuff that we talked about?
For powers and stuff like that, I understand a lot of the thing, but at what point do you consider something like inspiration? I guess is up to the person. I think it's very inspired. I think it's good that Pokemon has a giant contender, and I think Twitter Couch Detectives needs a chill because the Pokemon Company is already on it. To
Yeah.
what else? The Ubisoft thing. It's a little bit of a scary thought. I will say, as long as you aren't distributing it, there is ways to pull your game purchases off Steam as long as they're not live service. So that way, if Steam ever disappeared for some reason, you still have the games that you bought and should rightfully own. I do
Yeah.
not know how to do this, but it's a good way of backing up your Steam purchases, and as long as you don't distribute it, it's technically not illegal.
Yeah. There's just a lot of
So,
gray
if
area
that's
in.
something, yeah, if that's something that like you're worried about, you can technically back up your purchases.
Yeah.
I do not know how to do it. That's something you'd have to look into on your own. Just do not distribute. For the For the devs thing, that really sucks. We're just gonna have to see where that goes. And then for
with
the Game
Apple stuff. Yeah,
Awards, we need to reinstate E3.
we need another show like E3 anyway, just to be
Yeah.
like, hey, here's the big spectacle thing to show off all of the. But the thing is, uh, Jeff Keighley already has that. Jeff Keighley has like 3 shows he does every year, and in the place of E3, he has Summer Games Fest, where he shows like they do all these presentations and stuff. So he already has that, but he's still like,
Oh yeah, Summer Games Fest. Oh yeah, he does that, doesn't he?
yeah. So like these things already exist. I just feel like Jeff Keighley has such a monopoly on like the gaming news space on like a grand scale.
Yeah.
Like,
The thing is like when they pulled out and started doing their own directs, it's like, okay, yeah, why is there a reason for this? But at the
mhm.
same time, like there obviously still is. It just needs to not be on like, like this is the Xbox showcase, like if it is an Xbox sponsored showcase, but like the devs want to get their stuff out there. I don't really know. I don't really get it cuz you didn't really see any Nintendo announcements at the We didn't see any Nintendo announcements at the Game Awards, right? Like Nintendo does their own thing. So let them do their own thing, but
Yeah,
let the people who want to come and show off their stuff come and show off their stuff instead of it basing it on like the big 3, right? Which is kind of like the thing. Like if it was
yeah.
E3 but it wasn't governed by Xbox, Sony, and Nintendo. I
And
don't
that's
know.
yeah. There's such a people don't oh, there's no monopoly because they have rivalry. There's enough competition between those three. There's still like a
That's a
very small.
monopoly still.
If you can count on like one hand the amount of companies that like are able to make these differences, that's a problem.
I
And when
just
these,
realized it's kind of an even spectrum. You have American Xbox, American and Japanese Sony, and then Japanese Nintendo. So it's kind of
I mean, Nintendo of America is,
yeah.
I don't know. Again, though, I live in Washington State, and like Xbox is like based up here. Nintendo of America is here. Yeah, it's just
Can you go
I
there and ask why we don't have a Pokemon Center in Toronto?
sure. As soon as we get one actually at the Nintendo headquarters, as soon as we actually get one here, I'll be sure
But
to ask.
but but my city's bigger.
It is bigger. Um, um, I would say don't take the bullet for the company. Companies are not your friends. Companies do not care about you. And like people trying to go up to bat for Nintendo and Pokemon Company being like, these are ripoffs. They have enough money for lawyers. They are doing the investigation.
They're
Don't worry
already on
about
it.
them.
They released a statement saying that like they've been on it. You don't need to be on it. If you don't like game, don't buy game.
No matter how look, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, which is just rhetoric that is always being spouted. But I don't see anybody trying to defend what Apple is doing right now, but the stuff Apple is doing is bad, and I don't know if we can directly blame Unity for it, but Unity didn't help. It's all bad. So just be smart with your purchases, I don't I would hate to live in a world where you should look up literally everything before you make any kind of purchase, but just
Everybody
understand
sucks, so like pick and choose, I guess.
exactly. And the same can be said for we talk about this all the time about like picking and choosing your boycotts because I would love to keep playing these games that like these Persona games and stuff, but like it's
It's so
hard.
hard.
It's
Like
hard.
I'm probably going to cave at one point. Like I already own Persona 4, it's too late for that, so I'll like place Persona 4, but it's like
Hmm.
it's really hard not to. Like I want to play PQ2 so bad.
I'm gonna wait for sales. Either buy it secondhand so that like my local game store gets the income instead of them. Either buy it secondhand or wait for like a big sale. That's kind of where I'm at. But then again, I always buy my
Yeah.
games on sale. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
oh, what about the Ubisoft stuff?
Yeah, for the Ubisoft stuff, I was just like, yeah, that's why I brought up the Steam backups. Like,
Yeah.
if you were actually like afraid that like, we are going to have to get used to not owning them, and like you don't like the idea of paying $80 for this thing that like you can be taken away from you at any point in time. Anybody remember the electric car back in the 2000s in California, by the way? Oh boy, they felt that one. But you can't download a car. You wouldn't download a car, but you can, um,
Actually, you
again,
can download a
back up
car
that
now.
stuff. Oh,
Yeah, you can
what
down
did Tesla do?
you can download. No, it says you can download a full like render for a full size like 3D model car and like get it 3D
Oh,
printed.
and 3D
So
printed it.
you could technically download a car now.
Oh no. But
uh,
would you? Do you
Absolutely.
have the knowledge to put it together?
No, but I would.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it a
like
drivable car?
you wouldn't download a car. Yes, I would. Um, download a car.
Race car bed frame.
Yes. Yeah, no, just my final thoughts are that, the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer, companies don't care about you. Jeff Keighley does not care about you specifically. I don't know. Care about the
Pointing
people.
at the game devs, apparently.
Care about the people who are making the things you love. I always talk about like supporting the things that you love, and if you love the games, I talk about all the times about how I love Insomniac games. The original Spyro games, Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man. Like, I just think Insomniac is doing great work. The people at Insomniac are doing great work. I think I don't know about their work culture. I haven't heard anything awful come out about it. They tend to be really good about their, I guess, culture. I've never heard about any terrible crunch happening there. The worst is the worst is that they had the wrong flag hanging in Miles Morales' apartment.
Oh.
Did you hear about that?
No.
I'd have to double check. So,
What flag?
uh,
Was it the
so
Confederate flag?
no, Miles. So Miles is mixed. His dad is black. His mother is Puerto Rican. And
Yeah.
the Puerto Rican flag and the Cuban flag are very similar. They're just like
Oh yeah,
colors.
they almost look exactly the same.
And in Miles's apartment, they just had the Cuban flag up, and everybody was just like, "I guess Miles is Cuban now."
Oh no.
Like it's not a good look.
Oh no.
It's not a good look at all. They said it's like, "Hey, glad you guys caught it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. We're patching it. We're fixing it in the next update." That's a reasonable mistake, though. I think if they are similar, I think that the issue people were having was like, okay, so you're writing a character who, like, it's important to like him as a person that like he's Puerto Rican, like his mother is Puerto Rican. It's very important, since in the games he only has his mother. In the first Insomniac Spider-Man game, Jefferson Davis, his dad, gets killed in a bombing. So in the games, it's just him and his mother. Being Puerto Rican is very important to his identity. Not having
I
anybody
saw the
on
new
staff.
Spider-Verse, and so apparently, am I allowed to spoil that?
Um,
It's been a year, right? No.
I would give it a couple more months, maybe. I think it came out in like
Okay,
March
fine.
or something.
Okay, fine. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Like it's talking about like canon events and stuff. But like, I think the problem people were having was you had a whole team of people, and not a single person there was apparently
Knew how to use Google.
no, not even like knew how to use Google, but it's like, okay, so you're writing a Puerto Rican character, but you don't have anybody on staff who knows about that culture, like who would even be able to point out the flag.
That's what people were like worried about when they announced Miles Morales to begin with. It's just like, oh boy, the token black to be like, here you go, black people, representation, yeah, but ended up being a really good character, thankfully.
It's very
So
difficult.
it's not the black half, I guess it's the Puerto Rican half they're having trouble with, which is unfortunate.
It's a very difficult thing because like Miles Morales was created by a white comic book author, and people had an issue with that about like a white guy creating this character. It's like, okay, but in the space, he is just trying. I think his wording was like he was trying to create the diversity in the comics that he wasn't seeing in the writers' room, which is just like a deeper issue with the industry and being like, hey, this is a room full of white people. You
Yeah.
know, and Stan Lee was doing that back in the 50s, you know, when 50s and 60s when he was creating characters like Luke Cage and Black Panther. You know, he
Oh,
was
I
looking
love
at
the Luke Cage. Oh, I need to finish it. There's
the
like
Luke
one episode left.
oh, the Luke Cage show is so good. I think
I
so.
liked it. You like
So
coffee?
I don't drink coffee. That's a lie.
You said you were drinking coffee this
Yeah.
morning, or I guess afternoon for me, time
Um.
sense.
But so I get wanting to, you know, diversify your, and that's why like Stanley loved Spider-Man so much, was like it could be anybody under the mask. You know, it doesn't matter who it is when he is Spider-Man. It's like that could be anybody. You know, any Spider person.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the one thing that people are latching onto from Insomniac, is that like they got the flag wrong.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not gonna go to bat for a company. I love Insomniac games. I think they're great. Insomniac messed up, and they
It's like a professional level, right? So it's like at a professional level, if you're gonna make that mistake, like even like the Roku thing, right? Like the racist thing, like at
gamer
a
erasure.
professional level, if you're making that mistake, you shouldn't be a professional.
I,
And
I
like that Miles Morales thing too about like why is a white person creating this? It's like that's the one thing that like really irks me, and like I don't know if it's because like I want me whitewashed or whatever the fuck, but it's like I feel like gatekeeping our culture from people is just creating the same divide that we've been trying to break down for years.
mhm.
Being like, oh, you can't have white people learning how to do black hair and doing black hairstyles and learning how to do like our braids and our cornrows and this and that. It's just like, no, if we can incorporate these people into our culture, maybe they'll hate us less. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Rather than being like super safeguarding and gatekeeping, and like I understand the anti-white sentiment and all of that stuff, but like if we're gatekeeping people from mixing into our culture and learning about us, and that we're actual people with some cool shit to show off, more than just like rap music, right? Like
Yeah.
we then that's I think that's a better way than just being like, oh, we're black, we have our own things, you can't have them, because then you have those white people. It's like, why can't I say the word? Why can't I do those
Oh my
hairstyles?
god.
Why can't I wear a do-rag? And then it kind of proliferates that a little bit. I don't know. I think that like as long as like it's an honest attempt, and not just
Mhm.
like a shitty token character, that like it should be allowed to be like, because you never know, it could be like a white person who grew up in Jamaica, so they know more about black culture than like in Jamaica than I would, right? Because I've
Mhm.
never been there. So it's like I'm not gonna stop them, right? Like there's even like this Asian guy in my city. I don't even know if he's still alive. His restaurant closed down, but he like ran a Jamaican restaurant, right? And he was Chinese. It was called Wong's Restaurant, and he made the best oxtail.
Hmm.
The best oxtail. It was really good. And like this one black guy came into the restaurant one time and was like complaining about like the dumplings, right? Like the fried dumplings. And this old Asian man just looked at this tall black guy and was just like, "You don't know dumpling, boy," and just turned around and went back into the kitchen. Like
You don't
he's
know
just like
Dumpling Boy.
he was in Jamaica for a lot of his life. He studied the cuisine and opened up a restaurant in Toronto. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you never know somebody's background and if they
Yeah.
actually have background in these cultures. And I think gatekeeping our cultures from each other is the same thing as, like, trying to create a divide. And I think
It absolutely is trying to
if it
create a
turns out to be,
divide.
like, a shitty appropriation, like Shaggy from Velma, then sure. But, like, yeah, exactly. Have pride, but don't gatekeep. Because if we're proud of our culture, we want people to experience it. Because, like,
Mhm.
we have, like, just Jamaicans, we have such great fucking food. Sure, a lot of white people can't handle it, but, like, it's fucking great. We should be proud of it. We shouldn't say, oh, like, these people are not allowed to make it, right?
Mhm.
I've seen some really awesome, amazing hairstyles and people who have, like, really coarse hair and stuff like that. It's like, if white people can learn how to do that, then we're not going to have to find specific salons. Sure, support black people and stuff like that, but if you happen to live in an area that's mostly white, you shouldn't be shitting on the white girl in the salon who knows how to do your hair. Right?
Because then you won't have anybody to do your hair. It.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just like, it's like we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot with that.
Yeah.
And I don't like it, right? Like, there's something where so there's sometimes where I'll be like, white people, please, like white people or whatever. But
White
it's
people.
like Mostly like as like a sarcastic in a sarcastic meme sense. I just think we should be like now more than ever we should be trying to like LGBT, black, Muslim, all of it. We should be trying to
Hmm.
like mingle and like share each other's point of view, share each other's ways of life because the more understanding we have, the less hate we have. So like we shouldn't be shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah,
And
I
I
used
kind
to
of went off on a
be.
tangent there, but like
No,
yeah.
it's I completely get it. Like I used to be super because I was raised by atheists. I was the like my both my parents were like the first atheists of their family. I was raised that way, so I used to be super like ugh, religion, and then I learned it's like oh no, a lot of people have actually died. Like more people have died in the name of God than any other reason on earth. Like religion is very important to the history of people, and I need to respect that.
It's very important to the history, but at the same time, like for me, I will say like it seems like an excuse to wage wars. Like the Crusades is just like, yeah, if you go and fight for us, then like your
Mm-hmm.
uncle who did all of those bad things, even his sin will forgiven. He doesn't have to fight. You have to fight.
Oh
Like
yeah,
it
for
was
sure. But
like, and like so like how much of this dying in the name of God is actually like real reasons to go and kill and slaughter and pillage? You know what I mean? And it just so for me, I'm kind of like the opposite, where it's just like because of those that all of this hatred and killing that's happened in the name of God, I don't have that respect for it.
I have respect in the way that like okay, there's a lot of like Islamophobia going around, like especially growing up in America during the early 2000s when we faith don't religion. um but like
Yeah.
there was because we were going to war in the Middle East for bullshit reasons. The president lied, and that's a whole other thing. But
Yep.
like I wanted to understand. It's like okay, so you hate this person because like I heard a story about like what's the quickest you ever saw a coworker get fired, and it's like okay, first day this guy on his lunch break asked for a spot to like put down his prayer rug. He was fired immediately, and then 6 months later all of us were let go because the company went bankrupt paying out his discrimination lawsuit, which I thought was very funny.
Good riddance though
Yeah, right.
for the bit company.
Yeah, like that is super shitty, but like the karma in that like is
Like
insane.
one of the things they have in my college that I went to is they have like the things in like a lot of the bathrooms for like washing like your hands and feet,
Mm,
and they have like prayer rooms and stuff like that too for that. So
that's really cool.
that's
I've
something
never.
I don't know if they have that in like the states, but they have that in at least Torontonian colleges and stuff like that.
I've never seen those before. That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't really remember. I can't really describe them because it was a long time ago. But I knew I was like, what are these? Like, what is this for your feet? And then
It's
like I kind of thought about it. And I was like, I put two and two together. I'm just like, oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Sometimes they like wash their hands and feet before meals, or like they'll like have like specific prayer times, specific
yeah.
times of the day where they'll pray. So they'll have like a place for them to pray, and they'll have places for them to wash their hands and feet and stuff. And then I was just like, that's amazing.
I
They
just
also have Aboriginal centers as well, although they're the Aboriginal situation in Canada is not great, I will say.
mm,
So I have a friend who like identified as Aboriginal, like she looks white, but she does have a status card. Identifies as Aboriginal. The first time she applied to a college, got rejected, and then only identified as her Greek half, and then got accepted the second
weird.
time. Yep.
That's not. I I went to school with
It's
a woman.
unfortunate, yeah.
I went to school with a woman. Um. Oh man, she was a white woman. Um.
Oh boy.
Who happened to be born on a reservation. It's just that was the nearest hospital was on a res,
Huh.
and so she kind of grew up around there, and she told a native guy to his face, "I am more native than you because I was born on a reservation." And words were exchanged. Words were exchanged. Um,
No, that's not how it works. The reservations are like the bare minimum that the governments have put aside for them. So
yeah,
that's not
no,
the flex you think it is, lady.
it's a time. All right. I think
Yeah.
I think we've talked on long enough. Basically, uh, support the things you love. It's much easier to spread, good vibes than it is bad vibes, but also understand that
There's real people behind these things, right?
yeah, there's
And
real
if
people
real
behind
people
these
were
things.
designing those pals, some of them could
Yeah.
be really hurt the same way MiHoYo was hurt when people compared it to Breath of the Wild. Some of those
Yeah.
developers cried, right? There's real people behind it, so it's like, I understand. I see it too, but just like, I don't know, put your money where your heart is, I guess,
Exactly.
because then that'll show them most of all.
Yeah, like some of like the indie games that were shown off at the awards, like the Game Awards, like I bought them full price because I want to support those smaller developers. They made good games. I want them to receive recognition for their good games. We only had like three categories for indie games. There was like Games for Change, Indie Debut, and Best Indie Game. But I've played like five great indie games, and only three awards were given out. I think Viewfinder, Venba are just a couple that come to mind. They're like, hey, they didn't win anything, but they
Does
deserve
Wholesome Games
recognition.
have an award show? Because that would
Wholesome
solve a lot of
games?
the problem, yeah. If Wholesome Games, like, started an award show,
Maybe.
that's a pitch.
All right. Um, I think we should get out of here. I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
Follow Mew on
Yeah.
Twitch. You have a Fisk VTuber model. You're streaming Wednesday, Cult of the Lamb Wednesday. Tuesday?
Yes. Maybe Tuesday.
Maybe
I'm not
Tuesday.
too sure what tomorrow's gonna be looking like for me. And I don't know if I'm going to also be busy on Tuesday or not, but if I am not, I will be live on Tuesday with Cult of the Fisk,
Cult
and
of the
we
Fisk.
will be actually, I don't know how much sex we're going to be having, mostly post game stuff.
Post game sex.
Post game sex, yeah. There's
Exactly. All right.
I gotta show you that clip.
Okay. I don't know what clip you're talking about, but um, trying to think. Of course, like the second it's over, it's like go live announcements. Obviously, like follow both of us on Twitch. Like Mew does art and games, and you do a lot of Japanese games in Japanese.
Nihongo Psycho.
Nihongo Gahana Semasen. Uh,
Oh god, that took me a second to register. I thought you said Gohan for a second, and I'm like, rice?
mm. No. There's a Discord server. We both have Discord servers. You can find. Do you have like a permalink to yours also in like your Twitch or something, or
Yeah,
no?
I have a permalink in my Twitch, not my Twitter. I don't really know if I want, like, Twitter people, because I just
No.
should post, right?
Yeah, exactly. Twitter's a mess. If Twitter is dying, it's whatever. But we're also there. You can find us there. These streams, it's kind of like a chill hangout. We're just talking about what's going on in the gaming sphere. Um, Once a month at the end, last Sunday of the month, and then the VODs for these go up on my YouTube last the Saturday before. So like yesterday, our watch together for the Game Awards went up on the YouTube. Um.
There, I made a thing.
Oh, cool.
I'm
Yeah.
also gonna copy it over to mine so that I have one for as well. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just
No.
making it while I remember.
No, it's all good. Um. Twitter. Also on Twitch. There's a YouTube with VODs. The Discords. Um. Commission Mew on Kofi. Are you taking commissions now?
Yeah, I am, yes. I'm
Yeah.
done my other ones and currently working on personal stuff. I'm just going to take a lot less of a commission load this year because I have a lot of things I want to learn and do.
Yeah.
Some of that being pixel art, a lot of that being live 2D. So eventually I mean, like, if you have a non-human VTuber, like, if you want to be, like, a cat or something, I can definitely rig something up like that, but I still have to learn how to rig humans because, like,
Can I
fish have no hair, no leg.
can I be like an Ubi hand if you remember Ubi?
I can rig you, like, a Spyro one.
Oh, I wanted to be Ubi. Does
Wait,
nobody remember
Ubi?
Ubi? OOBI. Ubi.
Ubi?
Ubi.
Oh my god. Maybe.
Can I just be an Ubi hand? Oh no. I, I don't want to be a drawing. I'm a person. I don't want to be a live 2D. I'm a person. No, I don't mind
Life is so
the.
simpler as a fish. I can't even swim in water, actually. I don't
Your
know how simple it is. I'm
water hurts
H2O
you.
intolerant. Yeah, I'm H2O intolerant.
All right. We're just bullshitting now. All right. Gonna get out of here. Find the links and places. Be good. Be kind. Treat people the way you want to be treated, and we'll see you in a month.